Ooh, my avatar is in the wrong spot. I must correct. Okay. Ah, big Nari. Okay, and then I need to hit this button. Yeah. And a little bit this way. There we go. I can put that over there and put it in the background and forget it even exists. Yes. Welcome, welcome. We're back with more World of Warcraft lore. And as you can see, I have many tabs open. Because I was unaware of just how many animated features that Blizzard had put out. I was aware of the Warbringer ones, like Jaina's Warbringer animation. So I knew about those. And then I remembered about the Harbingers. But it turns out all the way back in Mists of Pandaria, they were putting out some of these animations explaining some lore stuff. So I figured what we can do today to get started on things is to go back and watch all these videos. They're not very long. Each one of them is like 4 minutes or so, but there are quite a few of them. And yeah, pick up some more little pieces of lore that we might have missed. Now, a lot of these videos were woven into the main video that I was watching, so we are going to see a little bit of repeats, but I want to experience these little bits of lore as Blizzard delivered them. And I think I'm going to know a lot of this stuff. But yeah, we're gonna start with the Pandarian ones and see where this goes. Yeah. I think I can put on closed captions for this. I don't know if they're gonna have them or not. Prelude, the Vision. Blizzard.
10,000 years ago, all the continents of Azeroth were as one. And it is said that all the rivers in the world flowed to one magical place. This was the ancient Empire of Pandaria, nestled in the most fertile of river valleys at the far end of the world.
Yes, Pandaria's all the way at the bottom.
The last emperor on the day of his coronation. His name was Xiaohao.
Xiaohao.
Young Xiaohao was born to be emperor.
The caption,
and wanted for nothing. The wealth of the great Pandaren Empire was his to command. All Pandaren emperors begin their reign by consulting with the great Jinyu elders. It was said that the Jinyu could talk to the rivers, that they could hear whispers of the future in the rippling waves. The great water speaker closed his eyes and listened to the rivers. He listened for the Emperor's long life and prosperous realm, but he heard something else entirely.
The Sundering.
The wise old Jinyu saw a faraway land, a kingdom of elves grown bold in their arrogance. He saw a pit of fire, a great maw opening upon countless horrors. Numberless demons were about to pour forth onto Azeroth, rending the land, corrupting all they touched. Even if the demons were defeated, the world would be forever broken, the continents forever shattered. Emperor Xiao Hao watched in disbelief as the Jinyu water speaker reeled from the terror of his vision. "What did you see?" Xiao Hao asked. "Long life? Prosperous
Something,
realm?"
darkness and dark lord,
the
something about the
future
end of the world.
Held neither for the last emperor of the Pandaren. No, young Xiao Hao could not rest on the riches of his empire. If he was to save his land and his people, he would be called to do something great. He would embark on an epic journey. He would sacrifice all that he was. This is his story.
The Burdens of Xiao Hao. That's what this little series is called. Okay. And that was part one. That's how long each of these little videos are. It's a little snippet of lore that leads up to the expansion. In this case, Mists of Pandaria. And since we've already gone through the Mists of Pandaria stuff, this is like a little bit of like a catch-up. Okay, so here's part one, Doubt. That was the prelude that we just watched. The truth. This is Doubt. As it says right here. Do the closed captions help even though they get a lot of the names wrong?
The horrible vision of the Sundering weighed heavily on Emperor Xiao Hao. Cold and alone, he ascended Mount Everest, seeking wisdom from the Jade Serpent. "What troubles you, young Emperor?" the Spirit of Wisdom asked. Xiao Hao replied, "Countless demons will soon pour over Azeroth. What must I do to save my kingdom?" The Jade Serpent answered, "Seek out the heart of Pandaria, for the answer lies within." "But how can I find it?" the Emperor protested. "Your emotions cloud you," said the serpent. "Free yourself of these burdens. Let the land be your teacher." But the Emperor did not understand.
He doubted.
He sulked back to his home in the Jade Forest. As he traveled, he commiserated with his old friend, the Monkey King. "I was to have a long life, a prosperous realm," the Emperor cried. "I cannot do this." "Relax," said the Monkey King. "We are in this together." As he spoke, the four winds began to howl. A great gust blew the Monkey King away. The Monkey King laughed and called out above the growing storm, "Sorry, you can't fight fate." The Emperor cried out for his friend. "No, wait! I cannot do this alone." And in that moment, all of Xiao Hao's uncertainty was manifest in a terrible dark energy, a Shah of doubt. The more the Emperor struggled, the more he weakened. The Shah would surely overtake him. Then, Xiao Hao remembered the wisdom of the Jade Serpent, and he looked to the land for answers. Nearby, the bamboo of the Jade Forest was also threatened. The reeds that stood rigid against the gale broke under its force. But the reeds that bent with the wind endured the storm and prospered in the rain. Xiao Hao realized the lesson of the reed. And when he turned his back to the Shah, suddenly, all his doubts vanished. He knew he could be more than just emperor.
Well, that
The
was
four
easy.
winds carried the laughing Monkey King over the valley and through the wilds. The emperor's faith led him onward to save his friend and to stop the terrible sundering the water speaker had foreseen.
Okay, that was part 2. Now my computer is slowing down. Not my computer, it's specifically Chrome that's been having this issue. Okay, part 1 just disappeared. But we're on to part 2 anyway. Despair. Despair. Shall I give you despair? That's a different game. Sephiroth. Sephiroth. Back.
Emperor Xiao Hao, free of doubt, pursued his friend, the Monkey King. With the wind at his back, Xiao Hao ran. But in his haste, the emperor stumbled into the dense and untamed swamps of the Krasarang Wilds. No! The emperor cried out. He fought to free himself, but only sank further. The more the emperor worried, the deeper he sank. His worries had taken form, the Shah of Despair. Xiao Hao cried out, "Help!" Far above, the majestic red crane of hope soared. "Why do you struggle so?" the crane asked. "I have lost my friend, my kingdom," Xiao Hao cried. "It is hopeless." "Your friend is not lost," the crane replied. "You are." Again, Xiao Hao looked to Pandaria for the answer. He saw the great tree growing in the middle of the swamp. The branches reached for the heavens, but its roots stretched deep into the earth. Xiao Hao's feet found purchase. With hope in his heart, the emperor reached upward, and the grip of despair loosened. "I must never forget who I am," he said. "I am the Emperor, and I will save this land."
Okay. Part 3, Fear. Here we go.
Xiao Hao could hear the Monkey King's laughter on the wind, but it came from the west, beyond the serpent's spine wall. This was the land of the Mantid, mortal enemy of all Pandaren. I cannot do this, Xiao Hao decided. Trembling, the Emperor turned to leave. Where are you going? Asked a voice. I'm afraid to go on, said the Emperor. Looking into the wastes, he saw a great black ox. Just follow your feet, the black ox said. They will know the way. Xiao Hao descended the wall and crept through the strange realm. To the Emperor, it was a waking nightmare. But his feet led the way. Soon, he heard a dreadful sound. Three vile manted warriors argued how they would split up and devour their prize, the Monkey King. Xiao Hao was paralyzed with terror. The insidious Shaw of Fear held him in place. The voice of the ox came to Xiao Hao, saying, "You must not let your fear control you, my Emperor. You must control your fear." Xiao Hao looked once again to the land for answers. The great Kaipari trees of the town-long steppes were legendary for their sap. In one bead of amber, Xiao Hao found his answer. "I will not be paralyzed by fear," the Emperor proclaimed. Xiao Hao hurled his weight against the nearest tree, and giant globs of sap rained down from above. And now it was the manted who were held fast as they struggled against the sap. The Emperor had saved his friend. As they fled, the Monkey King was overwhelmed by doubt. "Emperor, we cannot do this alone," he cried. "You should create an army to crush the manted once and for all." Free of his doubts and master of his fears, the Emperor was more confident than ever. "No," said Xiao Hao.
No.
"The storm that burns the sky comes for the manted as well. We need an army to crush a legion."
Okay. Part 4. Anger. I mentioned this Shah specifically during the Mr. Pandaria part of the video yesterday.
The last Emperor of Pandaria faced a terrible fortune. A burning legion set to tear the world asunder. He had cast away his doubt, despair, and fear. Now, confidence brimming, he would build an army. High atop the peaks of Kunlai Summit, the 100 greatest warriors of Pandaria perfected their arts under the watchful eye of the White Tiger, the spirit of strength. "I need an army," Xiao Hao announced. "I have come for my warriors." But the White Tiger recognized a great darkness within the brash Emperor. "Why do you fight?" the Tiger asked. Xiao Hao bristled. "To destroy demon hordes, to crush those who oppose me." No, that is no reason to fight, the tiger said. You are indeed fearless, but still, you are burdened. The emperor scoffed, so the white tiger issued a challenge. Take this staff, and if you can touch any one of my warriors, they are yours to command. Spurred on by the howls of the Monkey King, the emperor spun about, thrusting and swinging the staff. But the warriors easily dodged his every blow. Furious, Xiao Hao roared. The sum of all his rage, the Shah of anger burst forth.
The sum of all his rage, felt by his whole race.
Broke the staff over his
If his chest had been a cannon, it had shot his heart upon it. I see the reference you made.
Now why you are not ready to lead? The white tiger proclaimed. Your anger does not empower you. It makes you weak.
That was a description of Captain Ahab.
Xiao Hao faced the darkness he had created. As one, the Shah struck out. But as the smoke cleared, the emperor stood, unharmed. The shape of a mighty warrior lay broken at his feet. A warrior who had paid the ultimate price to save his emperor. Xiao Hao's heart swelled as he knelt humbly before the white tiger. My rage exacted a heavy toll, the emperor said. A single sacrifice has shown me the power of fellowship, of love, of peace. The white tiger nodded. Again, I ask, why do you fight? For home and family, Xiao Hao replied. For the people I protect. For them, I would give my final breath. Thank you, White Tiger. Relieved at last of all his burdens, the Emperor rose. Come, Monkey King. We must go to the heart of Pandaria before all is lost. As the Emperor and his friends set out, the skies grew black. For the time of the sundering had come.
Okay. This is part of the story that I've never seen. I did not know any of the Pandaren stuff that was surrounding the Sundering. Okay, this one is called the Sundering, so this is obviously where it happens. Part 5, the Sundering. Which is different from the Shattering, which was a different event in Warcraft history.
And so Xiao Hao came to the heart of the land, the sacred veil within the center of his empire. Purged of all his burdens, the Emperor radiated enlightenment.
Monkey King's like,
Inside the veil, his people huddled for shelter. They knew that the end of the world had come. and they cried out for the Emperor to save them. People of Pandaria, Xiao Hao declared, stay calm, focus your minds, and together we will make it through this. But his people did not understand. As Xiao Hao gazed upon their faces, he saw the burdens that he had overcome. He recognized doubt and despair. He saw his people frozen in fear or trembling with anger. And he knew that they had little time to learn what he had learned. Time. My people need time, the Emperor realized. And in that moment, the Emperor recalled the lesson of the Jade Serpent. Seek out the heart of Pandaria, for the answer lies within. As Xiao Hao reflected on his journey, he looked to the land and saw a single blossom in the wind. No matter the burdens I faced, he thought, the land provided guidance. But the truest answers always came from within. And then it became clear. I was to have a long life and a prosperous realm. But I am more than just Emperor. I now know what I must do. For I am the heart of Pandaria.
Oh, he's using some fancy magic now.
Xiao Hao proclaimed, you are not yet ready to face the storm that comes for you. And I cannot stop it. But you will weather this storm, and many more. For I will give you the time to learn the lessons that I have learned. And then, the last Emperor of Pandaria sacrificed all that he was, and all that he would be, and gave his final breath to become one with the land. A dense mist surrounded and protected his empire. And while the rest of the world broke apart in the fury of the Sundering, Pandaria set itself free. Hidden by the Emperor's breath, it drifted out to sea like a blossom on the wind.
Okay, so that's why it was shrouded
the trees
in
in the
mist.
Vale have never stopped blossoming. And
That's
in time,
that's the title
we
screen. of these
Pandaren
statues.
learned to live as our Emperor lived. His lessons endure in the temples of his land. And from the snowy peaks of Kunlai summit, he watches over us. And it is said that if we listen very closely, he speaks to us still through the mists. These are the Emperor's gifts to us. And this is Pandaria.
Okay, that was fun. That had a lot of lore in there that I didn't know. World of Warcraft, Myths of Pandaria. So we've already covered the lore of what was happening in Pandaria. And I mentioned that what was going on, part of what was going on with Garrosh is that he was being manipulated by the Shah of Anger. And that kind of explained what the Shah were. They're manifestations of negative feelings. Garrosh had a lot of anger. And when the Horde and the Alliance came back to Pandaria, the Pandarians who had been practicing peace, apparently learning the lessons of Shao Hao, they had not seen the Shah for quite some time. And then the Alliance and the Horde came, and suddenly the Shah are everywhere because they're bringing all of these things back with them. And then there's this series called The Lords of War, which was released after the Mists of Pandaria, leading up to Warlords of Draenor, that talks about some of the different warlords. This one is called Kargoth, so I assume we're going to be diving into a little bit of the history of Kargoth Bladefist. Or maybe the new history, because it's probably not going to line up with the original story of Kargoth. Oh, this is when Murad was explaining. Okay.
You must sign the declaration of war.
That's Vindicator Murad.
I was just a child when my father rushed to confront this same evil. He didn't understand these warlords at all. That mistake cost him his life and brought this kingdom to ruin.
You are not your father.
I know. But how can I succeed where he failed?
You can start by trusting my counsel. I have faced them before.
On Draenor, you were there all those years ago.
Yes. Believe me, they are not invincible.
Then tell me of them, Murad. Tell me everything.
Very well. Kargath had no clan. He was raised a slave. The ogre's cruelty was intolerable. So he sought a way out. The arena. 100 orc lives was the price for freedom. Fight. Kill. Salute. Kargath was unstoppable, and the day of his final fight had come. One last kill, and it was over.
Ooh, smart.
100 lives. Kargath had earned his reward. Like every champion before him. Buried beneath the arena. The promise of freedom. Nothing but a lie. But Kargath would be chained no longer.
Oh. That's a bit of lore I did not know, how Kargoth lost his arm. Or I guess just his hand.
Take your vengeance.
Let all the old champions loose. So those have got to be the Boulder Fist ogres.
Bound by vengeance, their name would be spoken in fear. This was the birth of the Shattered Hand.
Okay, that makes sense. The Shattered Hand is one of the Orcish tribes, led by Kargoth Bladefist. Okay, yeah. That lore is accurate to both timeline events. Grommash. So this is Grom Hellscream, who I believe was the leader of the United Horde. But not all of the clans were united under
I understand
Grom.
your hesitation, my king. This mission will take great resolve. There will be lives lost.
There are always lives lost. But marching our forces blindly into Drano
Poses unthinkable danger, yes. But you must have the fortitude to face whatever awaits us on the other side. I assure you, our enemy's will is unwavering. Let me tell you of their leader. A warlord whose defiance in the face of death became legend.
Grom.
Groma, mighty warrior, brought to heel at last. You are weak, say it. Is that all? To think you once struck fear into my people.
Gromash had begun leading raids deeper and deeper into Ogre lands. He and his clan, the Warsong, were insatiable and relentless.
Well, I'm just getting caught up on the lore right now. Is it Akadase?
It was only a matter of time until the ogres retaliated.
There's a lot of lore to get
Among
caught
the
up
victims
on.
of their retribution.
And
was
I know a
Gromash's
lot
mate,
of this,
Golka.
specifically from like the early Warcraft games. Because early Warcraft games came with like a little, like thick little booklet of history and lore and stuff that you could read about a lot of this stuff. And Grom Hellscream is a very pivotal character in Warcraft 3.
End it. So
And
many
in
of
Warcraft
my
2.
warriors bent like reeds.
The Hellscream clan is very important.
You are a wolf with no teeth. All of you. Look at you. The days have not been kind. Say the word, and I will kill you quickly. I admire your spirit, but I will break it.
I don't know.
Grommash knew the ogres could not have gotten far. He called upon his forces to hunt them down. But for many of the war song, the cost had already been too high.
Bury your weak. I will show you what it means to be war song.
Once again, Grommash struck deep into Ogre land. This time, however, the Ogre warlord and his armies were waiting.
Your warriors. They begged for death. Your lands are mine. Your body is broken. You have nothing left. Say the word.
That stuff
And I
is
will
going to
end
start
your
in
suffering.
Shadowlands. We haven't got to that part yet, but oh boy howdy, am I gonna mention
He was
in
certain
detail
that Grommash
the
had had enough.
the stuff that just
Was
gets
ready to
shoehorned in.
die. The body, after all.
Because you said something yesterday, Lojo, that really kind of hits the nail on the head. That we were going through a lot of lore very quickly, and it's hard to remember all of it. And I told you to pin that, because when we get to Shadowlands and they started adding in new stuff from other game franchises, I want to point out at that point how much lore they had to work with that they completely ignored in order to shoe in things from other game franchises. we will be hitting that point when we get there. Because when they started putting in the stuff from the other game franchises, it didn't fit in Warcraft. So in order to make it fit, they started to retcon a lot of the lore that already existed and were changing things and going all the way back to like Warcraft 2 and 3, changing lore points in order to make all the new stuff fit in. And now they're having to go back and retcon the new stuff in order to bring the lore back together cohesively again. So the guy that was the lore guy doing Shadowbringers really did a number on the Warcraft lore altogether. And if they had not he would have killed the franchise if they had not got him out of that position. Yeah, and that's what a lot of fans were wondering, like, why rewrite the story of Elune? We know who Elune is. She's the moon goddess that protects the night elves. Like, she's been featured many times. Why is she now the summer goddess? Because you want to shoehorn in the storyline from Kingdoms of Amalur? And have the whole, like, sun versus moon thing again? Why invent the character of the jailer, especially since you shoehorned in that character from EverQuest? Like, it was copied wholesale over. And then say that the jailer is the one that's been controlling things from the start. I know some of the retcons that they made was that the jailer was one of the ones that influenced Archimonde in Warcraft 3 to invade. The jailer was the one that put the Lich King up to getting Arthas. The jailer was the one that was whispering the Vol'jin when he died that he needed to appoint Sylvanas as the war chief. They changed all of that stuff to make this new character that they just shoehorned in from another game suddenly be the big bad guy responsible for all of the stuff that happened throughout Warcraft history. And oh boy, did that piss off a lot of fans. So it wasn't just a case of, oh, I'm gonna pull this guy from EverQuest and throw him in. I'm gonna pull all these fantasy races I made for Kingdoms of Amalur and throw them in. I'm gonna pull the whole plot line from Kingdom of Amalur and throw it in here. It wasn't just that he did that. It's that he did that and then he started to go back and change the existing lore of Warcraft to fit his own little personal story that he had already written. And that was a massive disservice. And it nearly killed WoW when he did that. And I might go back and hit on that video again after we go through the Shadowlands stuff. So that you can, once we've gotten through that lore and seen like the lore of Shadowlands, to go back and point out exactly like what was brought in and what things were changed over the course of that game. And how much damage it just did to the Warcraft lore. To the point where now, like even the stuff that I'm seeing in leading up to midnight, is retconning a lot of the Shadowlands stuff, because the Shadowlands stuff just doesn't make sense with the lore of Warcraft. And Warcraft is such a rich universe with the lore. There is so much here. There's no reason that should have happened other than that guy's arrogance and his inability to do anything other than the story that he had written, and to think that his story is more important than all the history of this 20-year franchise. The arrogance behind that nearly killed the game. Because I mentioned that Final Fantasy XIV got a huge uptick in subscribers. A lot of people from World of Warcraft quit WoW and started FF14. Because WoW was in Shadowlands while 14 was in Endwalker. So 14 was at its highest point in the story, and WoW was at its lowest. And the players like told the story. WoW's subscription numbers were in free fall. Like people were leaving in droves and going to their competitor games because their competitor games were not doing the things that Warcraft was doing with the story. Yeah. And then that particular guy is replaced after Shadowlands. I'm like, yeah. But by that point, the damage is done, because technically Shadowlands is canon. So now they're having to go back and try to figure out how to undo some of the things that were done in Shadowlands in order to make the story make sense going forward again. But we will talk more about the specifics once we get there, because I don't have all of the specifics of it. I only have like key points here and there that I know about. So once we get there, we will be like more deep diving into that part.
Had grown so weak, had become so thin.
Say it.
Don't get too close.
Say the word, and it's over.
Don't get too close.
Wolf still has teeth.
Yep.
From that day forward, the war song rallied to the banner of Gromash Hellstream. The Warlord. With
Hellstream's
iron
clan.
Will.
A war song. Okay, which others? Duratan. Oh, this is Thrall's father.
cannot hesitate, my king. The Iron Horde must be stopped.
You speak only of their savagery. But surely they are not all monsters.
There was one.
Durotan.
Durotan. His clan prided itself on suppressing rage, for they knew that those who succumb to the beast within become their own greatest enemy.
Durotan was the only clan that didn't drink the
Clan
blood of
was named
Manoroth.
for its kinship with the snow-white frost wolves. Together, they hunted the mighty Clefthoof. Every winter, the Clefthoof would migrate, and the clan would follow. But one year, when Durotan was very young...
Mother, they're leaving. You've got to wake up.
His mother Gaia had been bitten by a drift lurker. Those who suffered its bite fell into a deep sleep, and few had ever awakened.
We can do no more for her! If we don't go, the entire clan starves! Or worse, the Garn will be hungry!
You want them to feed on our mother? Father wouldn't leave her, Gnar. And neither will I.
Father would know we can't carry our dead with us.
She's not dead!
Calm yourself, brother! You know what your anger can lead to. While the others are gone, I speak for the clan. We leave! Now!
I'm not going.
Days passed. Durotan remembered the lessons his mother had taught him, and with the aid of Gaia's old wolf Stormfang, they survived.
Mother, winter is setting in. You have to wake up. Wake up.
Orc and beast alike feared the Garn. Great black wolves. Among the most vicious and cunning predators on Duran. Durotan and Stormfang killed the lone wolf. But Durotan knew that the Garn hunted in packs, and with the setting of the sun, they would attack. He prepared to make his final stand.
Mother, they're coming for us. You have to wake up.
This is a story about Durotan that I did not know.
Outnumbered and surrounded, Durotan fought. He fought not just the Garn, but the rising tide of rage within him. Durotan was driven to the brink, and in the heat of battle, bloodlust claimed him. Anything that moved, he killed.
Durotan. Is it you? Durotan. Durotan.
Mother, what?
I can see that you shed blood to protect me. But I would rather have died than know my son had become a beast.
Durotan wore Stormfang's fur until the end of his days.
Oh,
A
that's the
constant
story
reminder
of his
the old wolf's
cloak.
courage and loyalty. But a reminder also that even the most noble of orcs may fall prey to the savagery within.
Okay, that is a really awesome story. I did not know that that was the origin of that wolf pelt that Durotan wore. But Durotan was the chieftain of the Frostwolf clan of orcs. And very specifically, he is Thrall's father, because Thrall is of the Frostwolf clan. Thrall did not know that for a long time until he went back to Draenor during the Burning Crusade, and he found out about his lineage. Because his mom and his father went through the Dark Portal. And I believe they were killed in one of the assaults, and they put Thrall, like Moses, in a basket and sent him down river so that he wouldn't be killed. And he was found by an Alliance captain who kind of kept him as a pet and eventually turned him into a slave. And then Thrall escaped from that internment camp just prior to the events of Warcraft 3. There was a discontinued game called The Lord... what's it called? It was Warcraft Adventures. Hold on. Lord of the Clans. A discontinued, like, video game that's like a point and click adventure type dealio, where you play as Thrall and you're escaping from that internment camp. I actually have this game on my hard drive. It's not finished, but a couple years ago somebody released all of the files for the unfinished beta version of this game, and I have that. And then this is a playthrough on YouTube. Apparently it takes like 2 hours to go all the way through it, but somebody played through the whole beta thing on YouTube. So if I end up going back through the Warcraft series, the games themselves, I'll probably add Lord of the Clans in there. Okay, so our next war chief is Kilrock, but I'm going to take a quick little break first, and then we'll come back and learn about Kilrock. Yeah. Alrighty, we're back. And now we're moving on to Kilrog. Now, Kilrog, I know a little bit about, but not a whole lot. Because there's a warlock spell called the Eye of Kilrog that you can cast. And it creates a little floating eyeball, and then you can control the eyeball and like take it places in the world. So the idea behind this spell was that you would put your character somewhere safe and then cast the Eye of Kilrog. And now instead of controlling your character, you're controlling the eye. And your character is just standing there channeling. And you can take the eye into enemy territory to like scout things out and see what's going on, see where bad guys are. And if the eye gets aggroed, then the eye gets killed and your character is still safe. And that's called the Eye of Kilrog. And it's referencing this orc who only has one eye. But as for why, I would assume it has something to do with Gul'dan, who was the first warlock. But I don't know. We'll see. I'm expecting part of that to probably be told in this little short here. Give me the histories of
Taking the
Kilrog.
fight to our enemy may be the only option left to stop history from repeating. This very city was nearly burned to the ground by the same warlords we face.
Don't lecture me, Murad. I was there. I lived it. The only thing that got my people through those dark days was their faith in the light.
Faith is a powerful weapon.
So I'm told. The Alliance has the light from which to draw its strength. What steals this iron horde in its darkest hours?
One clan, the Bleeding Hollow, finds truth in the surety of their deaths. They are led by an orc named Kilrog. Kilrog's clan once ruled over the jungles. Until the Arakoa came.
I remember the Arakoa.
To survive, the clan went into hiding, living each day consumed by fear. Their chieftain even forbade them to stray beyond the borders of their forest refuge. For years, disease had eaten away at the once mighty warrior's flesh. And as he faded, so too did the clan's hope for the future.
Father, one day the stream will dry up. Then we will find a way to carry on. Like this. Look at us. We were never meant to live this way. Jumping every time the wind blows. Every chieftain must make hard choices for the good of the clan. Is this the death you saw then? No. This is not the death I saw. But perhaps it is time you finally saw your own. Go. Face your destiny.
Kilrog was bound by the legacy of his father, and ruled by ancient tradition. Those who would one day become chieftain performed the most sacred of rituals. sacrifice, an eye for a vision of their own death.
That explains why the spell is
Sometimes
called the Eye of Kilrog.
The vision would show much more. Kilrog saw his clan not as they were, but as they could be, crushing their enemies in a tide of savage bloodlust. And Kilrog was one of them, his determination unwavering. Even when death finally came for him, he did not fear what he saw. He welcomed it.
So, tell me of your vision, my son. I saw our clan strong and proud, victorious against our enemies. A glorious vision of the future. Why then do you seem so troubled? Because you were not a part of it. You were right. Every chieftain must make hard choices for the good of the clan. At last, this is the death I saw.
Oh. They're doing a really good job with these little shorts of illustrating exactly what the Horde was before it came to Azeroth. Okay, and the last part is talking about Vindicator Marad. We've seen this story in the videos from yesterday.
Now know their leaders. You know what forged them into the monstrosities they have become. Put your...
I note that he skipped over a couple of their leaders. He didn't mention Blackhand, and he didn't mention Doomhammer.
Seal on that order, and I will be the first to answer.
And he didn't mention Gul'dan.
Why are you so eager for this fight, Marad? For a paladin, you seem as bloodthirsty as the enemy.
It is not blood I seek. When you look at me, what do you see?
I see a paragon, a champion of the light.
What you cannot see is the burden I carry each day.
Shatrath City. It was the main city in the Burning Crusade.
During the assault on Shatrath City, our beloved dwelling of light, under siege by a relentless army of demon-corrupted orcs. I witnessed countless acts of brutality, unspeakable horrors from atop the wall.
Take the last group of refugees to safety! Go! Now!
Yes, Exarch! I did as I was commanded. I gathered the refugees, led them away from battle. to see the refugees to safety, yet the horrors I had witnessed, the suffering, despite all my vows, vengeance burned in my heart. Take the path through the tunnel. I'll rejoin you when I can.
We have no weapons.
The path is safe. The light will be with you. Now go!
Avenge the countless Draenei who had perished!
I struck out to find the refugees. My heart fell. The path had not been safe. The light that I promised would be with them had forsaken them instead. Just as I had.
A hard lesson.
I know I may not return. But if there is even the barest chance of preventing the atrocities I witnessed from
And apparently a
happening
lesson that Murad did not learn.
offer myself
Because once again,
gladly.
he's going after revenge.
We are all haunted by the past, Murad. Few of us ever get the opportunity to change it. Summon our champions! Make ready for war! Azeroth needs its heroes now, more than ever.
It's a pity this expansion kind of sucked mechanically. Okay, and then we've got Harbingers, and these are leading up to Legion's release. And this one is about Gul'dan. We already know a lot of stuff about Gul'dan. He's been featured quite extensively in a lot of the videos from Warcraft 2 and 3.
No one living has heard of the village of my path.
Damn, you pathetic wretch! Long have you refused your place in this clan. Now, we rid ourselves of your filth once and for all.
Get it over with.
So, even now you test me!
Enough! I have tried to help him find his place among us. I failed. Gul'dan, there's nothing more I can do for you. But no, I have always believed there is greatness within you. Seek out the throne of the elements. Perhaps there you will find your destiny.
Begone, cripple! You are cast out. In the wastes, you will understand what it means to have no people.
From childhood, my deformity made me a target for mockery and dismissal. I knew I was meant for more than the clan would ever allow of me, and I hated them for it. But after months, alone and starving, I began to consider that the safety and shelter of a clan might be better than endless suffering. The bitterness that had sustained me all my life ate at me until nothing was left. In my weakness, the words of the old shaman pierced the cold. Seek out the throne of the elements. There, humbled and broken, I offered myself in the service of whatever would end my anguish.
Okay.
The elements abandoned me. But in their absence, other voices whispered. They had come to me to offer a gift. In return, I would become the harbinger of their fury. Gul'dan.
How dare you return here? You may never rejoin your people.
My people? I have no people!
Yep, he's a bad guy.
I would never again grovel for a place in this world. Instead, I would forge a world that would grovel before me. Thank you. I found my destiny. No one living has heard of the village of my birth. And no one ever will.
Okay, that's a lot of stuff about Gul'dan that I didn't know. But granted, I didn't know a lot about Gul'dan before he met Ner'zhul. I knew far more about Ner'zhul than Gul'dan. So yeah, that's actually pretty interesting. We got next, Khadgar. Now I don't know a lot about Khadgar's past before he was Medivh's apprentice. So this might be interesting as well.
Once again, the Burning Legion has returned. Stronger, more determined than ever before.
We've seen
I
part of this
ventured to
yesterday as
Karazhan
well.
on a mission of desperation.
Karazhan was Medivh's tower in Deadwind Pass. It's still there in the game. They actually added a new raid to Karazhan Tower in Legion.
Show yourself.
My apprentice returns. It is good to see you again, Khadgar.
Medivh? How?
My spirit is bound to this tower.
Yes, of course. Medivh, there is so much I
You
need.
look terrible, old friend. Why have you come
That
here?
is a suspicious thing, because
Burning
we know that
Legion
Medivh's
invades
spirit
again.
is
I
not
come
bound to the
seeking
tower,
knowledge you
because he
kept
was
here.
not in the tower in
Anything that
Warcraft
can
3,
help me stand against them.
and that was after he was already
Defeating the
dead.
Legion this time will take more than some spell, I'm afraid. You came seeking knowledge. What you need is a weapon.
I don't understand.
You defeated me when I was consumed by fell madness, but you never took the next step toward your destiny. It is time Azeroth had a guardian once again.
A guardian? After your failings, it was decided that none could resist the temptation of such power. No, we don't need a guardian, Medivh.
Then I ask again, why are you here? If not a guardian, if not you, then who can stop the approaching storm? If you cannot embrace your fate, then all you have accomplished, all you have sacrificed, will have been for nothing.
Even if I said yes, none now remain to bestow the powers of a guardian upon me.
I remain. I knew this day would come. Before my death, I imbued this tome with an echo of my essence. Open it. Absorb its energies as your own.
No, I cannot. I should not.
The fate of Azeroth rests in your hands, Khadgar. Accept your desires. Show the Legion the true might of a guardian. Be honest with yourself, if not with me. You know you are destined for this.
Oh, it is true. I have thought about becoming the guardian every day. Even now, I desire it. I've yearned for the Legion to cringe before the fury I would unleash. And that is why I can never accept your offer.
Bam.
Your will is strong. My brethren were right. You would have served the Legion well.
I will never be the Legion's pawn. And this tower will not be its den! I came to Karazhan seeking knowledge. What I found was a reminder that no single person, not even a guardian, can stand against the Legion alone. As before, we must band together, united, for Azeroth.
Okay. So I did know all of that stuff about Khadgar. We had seen that one before. This one is about Illidan.
You were not prepared.
Okay.
The enemy came into our world. Their only desire to extinguish all life. They slaughtered our loved ones. They razed our homes, our cities, and our sacred places. You tried to stop them, and you failed. And so you came to me. Nothing remaining of you but rage and determination. And you learned that the things that once tormented you could give you power. Now you see that there is no sacrifice too great if it brings an end to the Burning Legion.
But... Lord Illidan... Demonic energies course through our veins. They gnaw at our every thought. What makes us any different from the monsters we fight?
You question the Master.
We will not sit idly like those on Azeroth, waiting to become the demon's prey. We will take this war to the Legion's worlds and prey upon them!
Demon hunters, you dare attack the Doom Lord Asgoth in his own domain? Your mission has failed. Your cause dies with them. You smell more of demon than hunter. You would serve us well.
Never.
Another pit lord dies.
You wish to know the difference between the demons and us. They will stop at nothing to destroy our world.
And we will sacrifice everything to save it.
The Legion will know of this victory, and they will fear you, my Illidari. Now, you are prepared.
I love that they're leaning into that phrase so much with Illidan. That was really cool. I like that. Okay, now these next three are leading into Battle for Azeroth, which is where we are in the main video. And I have seen these three, but we're going to be going through them. This one is a song that lots of people decided to cover. And I'll explain what's going on after the video, so you guys can hear the song that's going to be happening. This is Jaina Proudmoore, by the way. The mage from Warcraft 3.
Beware, beware, the daughter of the sea. Beware, I heard him cry. His words carried upon the ocean breeze as he sank beneath the tide. Those blood-soaked shores of Kalimdor, where sailors fought and died, the admiral fell at their amour because she left his side. Why this, so daughter of the sea? Why this, did she forget her seaside days? Always the pride of our nation's eyes. How could she go astray? When she did flee across the ocean deep, the admiral followed west. What else but sail to save a daughter's life and pray she stood to breath? But there he found upon those distant shores enemies on the rise. But when he faced those savage foes, his daughter stood aside and buried deep beneath the waves, betrayed by family, to his nation with his last breath cried, beware the daughter of the sea.
Well then.
I'm listening now. Father. I heard, across a moonlit sea, the old voice warning me. Beware, beware, the daughter of the sea. Beware, beware of me.
Jaina Proudmoore. So, I've had to explain this particular video to people before as for what it meant. But there's a couple of points. When she's here, this is Theramore Isle, which was the island that's right off the coast of Duator, where her father was killed by Thrall at the end of Warcraft 3 because he was bringing war over to the Horde. She went to Theramore to get that little necklace right here from, I guess her father's grave. I don't really know which here, but this is after the goblins dropped a mana bomb on the Isle and killed like pretty much all of the people there. Jaina survived, but she was a little bit different after surviving that event, and she had a lot less patience for the Horde. And this video is about her, like, with the ghost being led by the ghost of her dead father through the mistakes that she had made in the past, and ultimately leading up to his death and it being her fault. Because the whole reason her father came out to Theramore in the first place was because she left the Alliance and went across the ocean to Kalimdor. And he was scared that she was going to get killed over there because she went with a bunch of orcs and stuff. And she very much went alone because she didn't take any guards or anybody with her. She went by herself. So he went to save his daughter. That's the whole reason Admiral Proudmoore went to Durator in the first place. And when he got there, he found a bunch of orcs everywhere, which is what this verse is talking about. And he found his daughter. And then the orcs attacked again. Yeah, and so that's what happened. When the orcs counterattacked Theramore Isle, he didn't know where his daughter was. Because she was not on Theramore when they got there. And he thought that she had maybe been captured by the orcs. So he started poking at the orcs and like reignited that old conflict over there. And then by the time he did find Jaina, he was still very anti-orc and still poking at them. And she didn't know that he was antagonizing the orcs so badly. And when the orcs counterattacked, she stood by and let them kill her father because her father was being the aggressor in that situation. A decision that she lived to very much regret, which is what this animation is about, especially considering the actions of the Horde going forward under Garrosh Hellscream. And she had always been a proponent for peace. We need to make peace with the Horde. And under Thrall, that was a possibility. Under Garrosh, that was not. But she blamed Thrall for standing aside and letting Garrosh take control of the Horde in the first place. And ultimately, she came to blame herself for standing aside and not going to war with them over this when she should have. And that's the essence of what this video is about. This is Jaina coming to terms with her ghosts and the mistakes that she made, and then very clearly declaring, I am going to be a problem for the Horde. So yeah, Jaina's very much done with just blanket peace at this point.
Beware
Perfect ending.
of me.
So this was really a cool thing, like when I saw this, because of the actions of the Horde. Now some of the allies that they had, was it obvious at the time that she was wrong though? No, it wasn't. Because she thought that she was doing the right thing, that her father was in the wrong. And her father had been warning, like, you can't trust the Horde. They will betray you. And she was like, no, they're different. They're different now. They're not what they used to be. And under Thrall, that was true. But then Thrall stepped aside and gave the mantle to Garrosh. And Garrosh turned it back into the Iron Horde. and they started committing all the atrocities that they did before. And it, after the events of Legion, because you got to remember, this is after the Warlords of Draenor. So it's after Garrosh had gone back and reinvigorated the Iron Horde. It's after the Burning Legion invaded, and Illidan ended up slaying Sargeras. It's after all of that. And now she's left here with the Horde on one side and all of the things that the Horde has done. They let the King of Stormwind, Varian Wrynn, they left him to die at the hand of the demons. And now they've gone back and they're attacking. They attacked the Night Elf starting zone, which we're gonna see in this video right here. When Sylvanas attacks Darnassus and ultimately completely destroys Darnassus. So yeah, the Horde has done some very bad things recently, and Thrall is still not stepping up to take control of the Horde anymore. He's like completely stepped aside. Yeah. It's true. But she still blames herself. Like, Admiral Proudmoore would not have been in that situation if she hadn't have left. In the events of Warcraft 3, but she felt she had to go. Her father would have still been alive if she had interfered when Thrall and Rexxar confronted him, because she was there in the room when they killed him. She could have interfered in that situation and saved her father's life, but she didn't. So there were a lot of mistakes that she legitimately made. There we go. So yeah, that video, when I saw that one when it came out, I'm like, okay, that's very well done, because Jaina does have a lot of stuff to be remorseful for. It's true he didn't have to antagonize the Horde, but there were already a lot of old hatreds there. And when he got there, he didn't know where his daughter was. And he thought the Horde had taken her, because all he knew was that she left and she went to the same place where the orcs went. So he drew the conclusion that, well, she hasn't come back, it's been months. I need to go get her, because she's been captured by the orcs or killed, and that's why she's not come back. But if she's been captured, I'm gonna go rescue her. That is the reason that Admiral Proudmoore left and went and founded Theramore. Yeah. So I believe after this, she actually brings Kol Tiras back into the Alliance as well. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to take a quick little break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to dive into this Sylvanas video, which we have seen. It was, I think, the last thing we saw yesterday. So we'll dive into this one right after these messages. Alrighty, I have returned. Apologies for taking so long during that break. I need to hit. Boop. Just like that. And now, we can get into the Sylvanas part.
Secure the beach. Prepare to invade the tree.
Why?
Sylvanas.
Why? You've already won. Only innocents remain in the tree.
This is war.
No. This is hatred. Rage. Windrunner. You were defender of your people. Do you not remember?
I remember. A fool.
Sylvanas, Ranger General of Silvermoon.
Take her! Run!
This elf girl is beginning to vex me greatly. That's a nice touch with her tears. Didn't you mention at one point, Lojo, that it looked like her makeup was running? Now you understand.
Life is pain. Hope fails. Now you understand. Don't grieve. You'll soon join your loved ones.
I grieve for you.
Oh, she don't like that.
You made life your enemy. And that is a war you'll never win. You can kill us.
Yes.
But you cannot
We saw
kill
this right at the end of the stream yesterday.
Can't I?
Yes, she's been a banshee for all of World of Warcraft. Arthas turned her into a banshee that day she died defending Silvermoon.
Burn it!
She kind of gets better. We're getting close into the part of the story where the lore was dramatically changed. And the big part of that change is Sylvanas' character. So we've got one more leading up to the battle for Azeroth. Ishara. I don't know if we've seen, I think we have seen parts of this, but I don't know if we've seen the whole thing. Fish, fish.
Let go. Let go. No! I am queen. This is the empire I built. It is over.
Okay.
My people.
My queen. We loved you. You betrayed us.
This is my fault. No! 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 This was not the deal I made!
Deal? I like deal.
Who are you?
Boy.
Show yourself! At once!
For 1,000 years, bound beneath these waves, I have watched you. I have tasted your essence.
This one is an old god.
You?
It won't be long now. Your death is near. Only I can sustain you. Let go. Serve me.
You? You are nothing.
Nothing.
I am a god!
Yeah, it's one of the old gods.
Before you walked this land, I ruled.
Magnificent.
Serve me, and we will rebuild my empire.
No.
No? You there! You will die!
A queen! Not a slave. You've watched me for 1,000 years, so you know what I want. Take my people. With them, I will raise an army, conquer your enemies, build an empire.
So she works for Inzoth.
Or let me die, and you will remain here, a prisoner. The god of nothing.
Okay, I thought it was just the energies of the Well of Eternity that mutated them. She struck a deal with Inzoth. I did not know that. Naga. So those are the Naga that Illidan brought up from the deeps in Warcraft 3. Illidan made a deal with Queen Azshara to raise her island, Suramar, back up from the... In fact, it was all of the Broken Isles that he brought back. Okay. So, now, we've got 4 videos here that are leading up to Shadowlands, and then 3 more videos that are leading up to Dragonflight. But then, this is where we are in the story right now, Battle for Azeroth. So we should be pretty caught up for
Life is pain. Hope fails.
this cinematic.
Now you understand.
We've just seen this. Burning of Darnaz. I don't think that's applause. So this is something in game.
Ours
Okay,
is
and
a
this is
cycle
Battle
of
for Azeroth.
hatred. Alliances forged and broken. We have paid the price for sharing this world. And we have forgotten what makes us strong.
Close ranks! Advance has won! Lordaeron will be ours!
My king, we have her cornered.
Keep firing!
That's Baruch Sarfang. So, it's worth taking a note for this guy right here, Sarfang. I mentioned him during Warcraft, during Wrath of the Lich King. If you remember during the Wrath of the Lich King, the Wrathgate cinematic, there was an orc who charged Arthas, and Arthas cut him down in one blow. That was this guy's son. After the Lichgate thing, Arthas went back and got his son's body and resurrected him as a Death Knight. And so when you're raiding Icecrown Citadel, one of the encounters that you have is Garrosh Saurfang. I think he's like the third boss that you encounter in Icecrown. No, he's the fourth, because the ship battle is considered the third. So he's the fourth encounter in Icecrown. And this guy is like so epic in that scene, because he's there, he's faced with the Lich King controlled version of his son, who's now saying, I'm going to kill all of you, like you shouldn't have come here. And he's like, my son died at the Wrathgate. I'm here to collect his body. Because he knows what a Death Knight is. They had these in Draenor. A Death Knight is someone who was killed, but then resurrected, but not really resurrected as themselves. They take the soul of a warlock, of an already established warlock, and put it into a corpse. And that's what becomes a Death Knight. Arthas was the first Death Knight in Azeroth. And Arthas still fits that bill, because the soul of the warlock that was implanted into Arthas was Ner'zhul himself. So, yeah, after that, Saurfang becomes kind of a beacon of honor throughout, like, the Horde. He is just as honorable as Thrall is, and he was very much against a lot of the things that Garrosh did, but he didn't have the authority to overrule Garrosh, and he goes very hard against a lot of the things that Sylvanas does in this expansion. So I'm eager to see his story, because I know part of it, but I don't know exactly how it ends. So this is gonna be kind of new stuff. But that's Varuk Sarfang, and he is one of my favorite orc characters. And Sylvanas just goes all badass here. I can't imagine those dwarves having a very bad day when you look up and you see the Banshee Queen looking down at you. Like, and this whole thing here has just got to be terrifying. Oh, they coming out now.
Push forward!
Anduin is not his father on the battlefield, that is for sure. No, Gen. I like Gen. I don't know who this troll is. Or was, because Anduin just crushed him in half. Resurrecting your people, that's cheating.
Stand as one for the Alliance!
Battle for Azeroth. The last time that I really played the game was Battle for Azeroth.
The Blight has broken our ranks!
Our assault has been for nothing.
What now?
Oh shit, that's Jaina.
Jaina.
Alliance! Forward! China! The wall!
We end this now.
Okay, so that's how that Bane's retreat.
No!
They must not escape.
Alliance, hold!
No. I demand an honorable death.
My father once said that Varrock Sourfang embodied the honor of the Horde. He admired you for that. And so do I. Listen to me. There is no honor in this.
That is not for an Alliance king to decide.
At this moment, it is. Take him to the stockades. When I return, we will speak of honor, and how it may yet be reclaimed.
If you return.
Okay, I like this. I like this angle, right? Because this is the Undercity. And ever since Warcraft 3, this has been the home of the undead. So when you started an undead character on the Horde side, this was your capital city. But this is the city where Arthas was from. And this is the same bell tower on that scene when Arthas returned the day that he killed his father. This is the same angle in that cutscene, except now it's the Alliance walking back. The whole reason that they assaulted the city in the first place was to take it back from the Horde, to take it away from Sylvanas, because they want the human kingdom of Lordaeron back. Let's mention the people that he has in his party right here, because this is kind of interesting. Anduin Wren, of course. Jaina Proudmoore, who we saw outside. Gen Greymane, who we saw outside. But this is Sylvanas' sister, Alleria Windrunner. This is going to be interesting.
Look at you. The boy's playing soldier.
Our king just routed your army.
Muzzle your dog, your majesty.
Okay,
Sylvanas
that's
Windrunner, you have led the Horde to a place without honor. Lordaeron is ours. It's over.
Your father would be so proud. Is that his? You've gotten it all bloody.
Only one of us wanted this war.
You call for peace when it suits you, little lion. But you're quick enough to kill.
I should have killed you when last we met.
How rude, sister. You're a guest in my home.
Your home? You desecrate that throne with your filth! Enough!
You put the torch to Teldrassil. But I failed those who burned. I will not make that mistake again. Surrender. Or die.
You've won nothing.
Hold on!
So that's how this happened. Okay. You may remember it was either yesterday or the day before I was in World of Warcraft and I flew to the Undercity and I showed you that it was covered in poison and that if you even try to land anywhere in the city, it very quickly starts taking your health down. Sylvanas did that to prevent the Alliance from taking Lordaeron back. From a balance point, gameplay-wise, it kind of makes sense, because the Undercity is no longer a city for the Horde. It's gone. Like, we can't go there anymore. But then, so is the Night Elf starting city of Darnassus. It's also gone because Sylvanas burned it down. So in this expansion, they took away a city from both sides. They took Darnassus away from the Night Elves, and they took Undercity away from the Undead. Which is kind of sad, because I really liked Undercity. But I guess if I was a Night Elf character, I would probably really like Darnassus as well. I've not spent a lot of time in Darnassus, because I only created like 1 or 2 Night Elf characters over my WoW career. And the only other time that I went in there was with 50 other Horde people when we killed Tyrande Whisperwind. Because there's an achievement you can get if you go and assassinate all 4 of the Alliance leaders in the same day. And you get a war bear as a prize for... the achievement is called For the Horde. The opposing achievement is called For the Alliance. And you get a war bear as the prize. So the only real time that I was in Darnassus, I was there to kill Tyrande. Anyway, we continue. Now, here's an interesting thing, right? This is Lothramar Theron. He's the leader of the Blood Elves. This is Bane Bloodhoof. He's the leader of the Tauren. It doesn't look like the goblins are represented here. Gallywix isn't here. This guy, I don't know a lot about him, and I think I should. Who is the undead human with Sylvanas? Nathanos Blightcaller. Okay, so this is the guy that's with Sylvanas there. Champion and bodyguard of the Banshee Queen. Okay. In life, he was the only human ranger lord trained by the elves of Quel'Thalas. Oh, he was resurrected by the Valkyr at the end of Burning Legion. Okay, so he's loyal to Sylvanas and not the Horde. Okay, so this is Nathanos Blightcaller. He was a human ranger that was trained by the elves and friend to Sylvanas. He was killed during the Third War and resurrected in the last expansion, Legion. He's loyal to Sylvanas, not loyal to the Horde. Got it. Okay, that's not creepy.
His whole entire world, for as long as stars do shine.
Promise you'll come back?
I'll weather every storm if I know you are waiting for me.
Time to go, Jaina.
I love you, Papa.
Come topside, sweetheart.
Oh, she really is tormented by this.
Never forgive you, murderer.
Lady Jaina?
Okay, she's having legit nightmares about this. I wondered if she was gonna go after Kulturas.
So, my wayward daughter returns to the kingdom she betrayed. Why?
I have come to ask Kulturas for aid. On behalf of the Alliance.
The Alliance? Ha! Where were they when we begged for their help? When our husbands and sons and brothers were slaughtered at Theramore?
Do not blame the Alliance for my actions.
I will point out, where was the Alliance? The same place they were when everybody else asked for their help. They roached out on them. Anyway.
Oh, you admit it. You admit that you were responsible for the deaths of our men.
I was. But I will do anything in my power to ease the suffering of Kulturas.
Catherine, enforce our laws. The punishment for treason is death.
Do you accept the judgment of your homeland?
I accept your judgment, Mother.
You are no daughter of mine.
Do what you will. She is nothing to me.
Oh, that is cold.
There you are.
I did everything wrong.
We're too late. This entire city must be purged. Jaina?
I'm sorry, Arthas. I can't watch you do this. I should have stopped him. He never would have turned. He'd still be alive.
You have always been naive, my daughter.
Okay, I'm gonna point something out right here. This is what it's like when the old gods are in your head whispering things to you. Like, these are the things that they do to drive people insane. This feels like old gods are messing with the Proudmoore family for some reason.
Dalen.
I won't let you do it, Father. I should have tried harder. You don't understand.
I understand more than you suspect, my dear.
I wasn't strong enough.
Perhaps in time, you will too. Seize them all!
I should have made him listen. Father, no!
Forgive me. You couldn't save him from himself.
I should have made him see.
Do you really think you can cast aside your guilt so easily?
Father, why wouldn't you listen?
Catherine, enforce our laws. The punishment for treason is death.
Do you accept the judgment of your homeland?
I accept your judgment, Mother.
Now, it's interesting. The people that are standing behind her right here, I don't know who this is, but this is King Varian Wren. This is her father, Admiral Proudmoore, and this is Arthas Menethil, who became the Lich King. She blames herself specifically for their deaths.
I accept your judgment, Mother. My daughter. Forgive me. Forgive your father. And forgive yourself.
Come topside, sweetheart.
Our harbor defenses won't be enough.
Father's pendant.
For generations, the heart of the Kul Tiran fleet. I thought that hope had returned with this seal. That perhaps I could call the fleet home, as your father did. I was wrong. It was never meant for me.
Oh, there's a civil war between the two factions. Just like inside Kul Tiran.
We're home, Pandred! Captain! Pirates in our harbor!
All hands! Let's show them what Kul Tirans are made of!
Lady Ashbane! Your orders! Lady Ashbane!
It seems hope has returned. With you, Lord Admiral.
It appears the Alliance dogs have lost our scent.
Good, good. Our journey is.
So that's why the Kul Tirans are now a choosable race
The war chief's
in
faith
World of Warcraft.
is well placed.
She seems very powerful, certain, in control.
It is an honor to serve my queen.
My princess is also strong-willed and sure of herself. Our king has always found her to be challenging.
These are the Zandalari
Mighty
trolls.
Rezan, as always, you come when I ask your aid.
Speak, and I will listen.
I have sought the aid of the Horde, but my father may not agree with my actions. Advise me. You are the lower of kings and queens.
My eyes see much. They see your boldness, your power, and enemies who fear both. And those who seek your demise are here.
We need cover! Head for that fog bank! The sails are dead! We've got no wind! We're drinking on water!
Okay. They got a motorboat dinosaur. Okay, that's a cool shot. That was cool.
We are home.
So many lost. I know. I miss Rezan too. Oh, Zina. What do we do now?
The dust of bones for the lower of death.
Okay.
Well, this is a surprise. You're looking pretty good, Your Majesty. So, why have you come to see me?
I need your aid.
I see. You want to make a deal with me. Go on, go on.
Become my Loa. Grant me the power to recover my kingdom, and I will elevate you above all Loa.
Yes, so you get your kingdom back. All very nice. But soon you'll tired of old one Samdi. You go back to the living Loa, the one who bring the rain, makes the crops grow, not wither and die. No. I need more than just your word.
If you do this for me, I will bind my bloodline to you.
Who succeed you will keep this bargain to serve me in life and in death.
Forever.
We got a deal.
Father, I felt something a moment ago. Has something happened?
Do not worry, my daughter. I have taken care of everything.
You are too late, Rastakhan. Rise. Rise, Rex. Rise.
One Samdi! We had a deal! Grant me your power!
Oh, I'm in abducted. That must mean PT is here. He's in charge of the aliens. Welcome.
Mithrax, do it now! Destroy the seal! The
The Janai are basically were aliens. This is true. The orcs are also aliens.
Look at this. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The kingdom is ours.
Sword him, leader of Zandalar. Show the blade to those that need to see it the most. Give them peace.
This was not my achievement.
You brought the champion to these shores against your father's will. You learned the secrets of Gahun when no one be listening. You set in motion what be needed to save your people. Now more than ever, they be calling for a leader they can love and trust. Show them the blade. Become the symbol they need.
Behold the blood of Gahun. By his will were born the deaths of Shadra, Hyrik, Torgal, and Rezan. By his will were born the deaths of so many of our brothers and sisters. Let this glaive be displayed as a reminder that no matter how far we fall, no matter how much we lose, we are Zandalari. We adapt. We find a way to survive. If it were not for this hero of the Horde, our losses would have
I remember this from inside the game. This was the point where I quit playing BFA. Because I had zero interest in the story of the Zandalari trolls. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's fine. But this whole thing was so separated from the story that I wanted, which was this story.
That's the last of the soldiers. We'll be calling up farmers next.
When this war began, I thought we were fighting for peace. But we're just fighting.
You're doing all you can to stop her, Your Majesty.
At Lordaeron, you had the chance to take my life. Maybe even end the war. Why didn't you kill me?
Could kill you now.
Could kill you now.
I spared you because I believed you have honor. Was I wrong? Do you want more innocents to suffer? The Horde...
I have given everything for the Horde! Bled for it, killed for it, and Sylvanas is destroying it. She will destroy everything. What I want is my Horde back.
Saurfang, tell me why you spared my life.
I hoped you would stop her.
I can't. Not alone.
about time the Alliance got some good people on their side. 110% with Anduin.
Fish jumping right into our nets. Go! Go!
Those ballista will be firing any second.
Continue our approach, Captain.
Aye, Lord Admiral.
Lady Proudmoore, the mission was a success. Our stealth agents are clear of the area.
Thank you, Spy Master. Hi, Tinker. Are you ready?
I'll activate our surprise just as soon as we're in range.
Mecca, no. Okay.
Now.
Mecha Torque?
Steady.
I think it's his actual name.
Hi, Tinker!
Look out!
Oh.
Full speed ahead!
So that's what the spies were doing. They put bombs on the ship.
Alliance! Forward!
Princess Talanji!
Get to the king. Now.
Father, no. Please, stay. Stay.
Oh, Jaina killed him.
Talanji. My daughter. I'm so sorry.
Hush, Father. Shh. It's all right.
Forgive me.
One someday.
Yes, my queen.
What have you done to me?
Oh, he didn't tell you about our bargain? Shame on him.
Your Majesty! The Alliance dogs are escaping! What are your orders?
I kinda like the Death God guy.
Down to the last sack of grain. This one's the only survivor.
Okay. I'm gonna take a break right here and I will be right back. Alrighty, we're back. Let's see who Blightcaller has caught here.
One Samdi, do not take me yet.
What happened?
We were bringing supplies to the war front, just like all the other times.
Pick up the pace! We got to get these supplies to our soldiers by dawn.
What is it?
The Night Elves. That's a scout. That's Malfurion Storm Rage.
Tell her. We are coming.
Oh, he angry. Okay. Yes. She burned down Darnassus. Of course, Malfurion is going to be coming.
No single night elf could do all that.
Oh.
I know one who could.
Uh-oh. He knows one. I know two. And there they are. Tyrande Whisperwind and Malfurion Stormrage.
We will hold this ground for the Horde.
What reason could you possibly have for this madness?
Derek Proudmoore was a hero to the Kultirans. They are sure to stage a rescue attempt when they learn of his fate. And once his mind has been properly conditioned, we will allow the Proudmoores to recover their long-lost prince, so he can slaughter them in their sleep.
This is too far. How many times must we forsake our honor?
There can only be victory or death for us, Bane. And death is mine to master.
What? What is this? Why am I? What have you done to me?
Why, Lord Proudmoore, I've given you a chance to reunite with your family. You should be grateful.
Ooh, he's a Forsaken now.
Lady Jaina, long has it been since we spoke peacefully in Theramore.
Theramore is gone. You did not ask me here to reminisce.
No. I have come to return one who was lost.
Derek. My own brother. I had thought better of you, Bane. So tell me, is he the Banshee's puppet?
crammed full of blight? Is he the bomb this time?
Yes. That was the plan. But Bane took me from Sylvanas before I was twisted to her will. I'm still your brother, Jaina. For as long as stars do shine.
Why?
The Horde has a sickness in it. We wage war while the Earth Mother dies. We have forgotten what truly matters, and my heart can bear it no longer.
Sylvanas will kill you for this. And she may not stop with you.
No life is worth living if we cannot be true to our nature. I return home to take what solace I can in my family. I hope you take solace in yours.
Bane. Thank you.
I have troubling news. It seems there are traitors in our midst. Most of you need fear nothing. But Derek Proudmoore didn't flee to Kultiris by himself. He had help, didn't he? Zelling.
Stop! I returned Derek Proudmoore to his family. You raised him as a Forsaken, but you planned to deny him his free will, to violate his mind. I could not stand by and permit such depravity to unfold.
Thank you for your honesty.
Banshee! Are we nothing more than pawns in your game? You betray the Horde!
No. He did. And so did you. Take him.
Others will see you for what you are, Sylvanas. You will leave the Horde in ruins.
There is no place for weakness in our ranks. Remember your loyalties.
He grows hungrier, bolder. Alas, your eyes are closed.
Now, we did see this.
Hear me, God of the Deep. I have brought you the Opener, the bringer of truths, the torch that lights the way. Honor our bargain. Free me to find my own fate.
Go, but the blade must remain to serve my will.
A fair exchange. Shadows guide you, my dear friend. We will meet again. I am certain of it.
Was that Zalata?
Your destiny, mortal. The hour is close at hand. That which was sunken shall rise. All that were sleeping shall be awakened. Receive my gift and see all truths before you.
was Zelatath. Okay. And this is the cinematic that we saw with the Shara. We can. Okay, so what's this? Okay, this is still the Ishara cinematic. Okay, we've seen this. Yeah, and she becomes the Naga because of Inzal. Okay, so how does that tie into the story we've been following through Battle for Azeroth?
Keep on them! We cannot let them escape!
My queen, they have arrived.
Wonderful. Set the tide stone, won't you? Feeling anxious, are we? How frustrating it must be for you. Still locked away. So powerless. For now, do not worry. We've both waited so long. But at last, you're about to see what I do best.
She's not responding! Set the sails! Set the sails! We can't escape!
Welcome to Nazjatar. I've been waiting for you.
Okay.
Ah, good. Our guests have arrived. I must say, that was a delightfully dramatic entrance. Behold, the wonders of Nazjatar. The finest sight your eyes will ever behold. And the last.
Can you get us to safety?
She is preventing teleportation.
Jaina, we need a way out.
She's blocking teleportation.
Please do stay. Explore all the comforts my kingdom has to offer. I will hold the waters at bay, so long as I remain entertained.
Oh, this is Nagrand. Thrall.
So,
This is home now. Home. Family. And where are they? Not far. This world. Well, it looks good. But it's wrong. Broken. Falling apart. Just like the Horde. Do you know what she's done while you've been hiding? I left that life behind. I'm no one's savior. I will not lead the Horde. I didn't ask. But I hoped you would at least fight for it.
Ooh. Oh, that was quick. Thank you. Okay, damn. Okay.
You were followed. I followed them.
Oh. So Vana sent them to kill Thrall.
We don't get to hide. We too have come to save Bane.
His odds will improve if we work together.
Agreed.
Time is short. Let's move.
Bane! Thrall... Jaina...
These chains are warded against magic. I'll need time to pick the lock.
This feels wrong. Sylvanas must have known we were coming.
Indeed she did, traitor. You and Lady Proudmoore.
I have no quarrel with you.
Have you forgotten the Purge of Dalaran, murderer? Today, the Sunravers will be avenged.
And your vendetta is with me, and me alone.
No. You will watch your friends die, just as I did.
Okay, Thunderbluff. Oh, we got him.
Thank you. Bane would have died without your aid.
I couldn't let that happen.
Nor could I. I refuse to fail him. Like I failed his father. I wish I could change it all. Cairn. Garrosh. Theramore. Sometimes it feels like I did everything wrong.
We all have blood on our hands.
And now, Sylvanas will come. Thunder Bluff will burn. Just like Teldrassil.
Once before, you and I stood side by side on the slopes of Mount Hyjal. That world tree did not fall, because the Horde and the Alliance worked together.
Horde, Alliance. We've come to this crossroad again and again, Jaina. It always falls apart. What's different this time?
We are. I should go. Anduin will want to know that Bane is safe.
Tell your king he is not alone.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, the guy who's editing the video just did a slip right there with the song that he used, because I recognize what the song said. Fentalok Dovanok. That is, that's the dragon tongue. From Skyrim. That's the song of the Dragonborn from Skyrim. Yeah, that's from Skyrim. Think you thought I wouldn't notice, but I did.
Zhara's forces are routed. We have broken her hold on the Tidestone.
Our way into the palace remains blocked.
The Tidestone's power could be used to shatter the barrier, but I cannot control its energies on my own.
Perhaps we could. Together.
So be it. It is done. The way is open.
Azara's reign must end.
Is that another mana bomb? She let Inzoth out. That's not good. What did he say there? All eyes shall be open. Okay.
You mean to tell me none of your spies have returned? N'Zoth is out there, and we need answers now!
We are doing all we can. Speaker Magni is coming, along with a new...
Magni
advisor.
Bronzebeard!
He claims to have information for us.
By the light. A new
advisor.
Rathian. So this is Deathwing's son.
It's been so long.
Ha.
Oh, dragons.
I suppose I deserved that.
Oh, you deserve more than that. My father is dead because of you!
And my father is dead because of the old gods.
Lad, he's come to help us.
Neltharion the Earthwarder was once the protector of Azeroth. But N'Zoth turned a noble mind to madness, and now...
Kind of. Neltharion was already kind of warmongery before N'Zoth got his hands on him.
My father is only remembered as Deathwing. And, as I haven't the least desire to share that fate, I've been studying how to avoid it.
Just tell me how to prepare for this attack. Our armies
will be useless. N'Zoth will strike here. He'll manipulate emotions, get people to act in ways contrary to their nature. You won't be able to trust your senses, your memories, your friends. After all, what is real if our perceptions cannot be trusted? Anduin! Don't you see, old friend? It's already begun.
Very well, advisor. Tell us how to stop him.
Break me like you broke my father!
The Black Dragonflight will purge your master from Azeroth!
Impudent dragon! All of your kind will bow before N'Zoth!
With me, champion. Let us bring this to an end.
Oh, that was a glitch in the Matrix. Wait, did we kill N'Zoth? In BFA? Does N'Zoth get killed?
Warning! Corruption levels approaching 100%.
No! You're going to keep fighting, champion!
Through your flesh, my Black Empire is reborn.
Don't listen to his lies! You don't belong to him! You're a child of Azeroth! Her strength is your strength!
Attention! New anchor point acquired.
Well then, what are you waiting for?
Acknowledged. Firing sequence initiated.
being wounded by the Mad Titan. Azeroth has been crying out in pain. In her hour of need, she lent you her power. Today, at long last, she's free from the grasp of the old gods. Her song rings clear and strong throughout this chamber. Hold her heart with pride. Know that you are more than a champion of your people. You are a champion of Azeroth!
Okay, so yeah, if N'Zoth is defeated, that means all of the old gods that were on Azeroth are now gone. Because there was only 4 of them, and there were whispers of a 5th, and I think the 5th one was a construct of the Titans, Gahun. But the first one, Cthulhu, was killed in Vanilla. The next one, Yogg-Saron, was killed in Wrath of the Lich King. Y'Shaarj was the one that was torn off of Azeroth by the Titans. But part of Y'Shaarj remained, and that was what was causing the Shah in Pandaria, and we destroyed that in Pandaria. And if N'Zoth was destroyed here, that's all 4 of them. So the old god influence isn't on Azeroth anymore.
Sylvanas' actions have threatened us all, and day by day, her power grows. If our world is to survive, we must strike while we still can. Meet with me, and we will speak. And we still can. The world is to survive. We must strike while we still can.
I don't think that's...
Meet with me. And we will speak.
I forget what her name is.
So few.
How many can you provide?
Enough for one final assault. If that fails, we're done. If we end her reign, what kind of war chief will you be?
The horde I joined was birthed in blood, tainted by corruption. The road that led to the Dark Portal was long and wide, paved with the bones of innocence. We called it the Path of Glory. That was the great lie upon which the Horde was founded. That anything we did was honorable. Thrall, Roljin, they were not the true heirs to Blackhand's bloody legacy. Sylvanas Windrunner is.
No. No, this is the Horde. Led by you. Someone who has...
honor. I've never known honor. They deserve more. But the Horde is doomed to be shackled by the chains of the past.
The Horde has no exclusive claim to regrets. Arthas, Dalen... The ghosts of the past haunt us as well.
We could not fill the chasm between the Horde and Alliance if we labored 1,000 years. You know this.
Then what are we fighting for?
Ooh. Go back to Pandaria.
Soldiers, on your feet!
Start breaking camp immediately!
Lord Saurfang?
Zakan, where is our home?
Orgrimmar?
Not our city. Our home.
Azeroth.
And ours?
Azeroth.
Right now, there are only 2 forces in this world that matter. One bent on harming our world.
And one that will protect her.
So, what are we doing?
breaking the cycle.
Oh, I get it. Battle for Azeroth. Okay. Ooh, marching on Orgrimmar. Oh, and we get a cutscene. Okay.
Varrock, it's time.
Those who defend Orgrimmar are Horde as well. Our brothers and sisters.
These warriors have sworn to fight. For you. Many lives will be lost.
Or perhaps just one. Sylvanas Windrunner! I challenge Mak'gora!
Was she just waiting on the other side of the door? A Mak'gora.
A traitor leading traitors. Why should I accept your challenge?
You want to make me suffer.
Brother, you cannot win.
My old friend. You and I.
We don't get to hide.
I set you on this path.
And we knew where it could lead. Walk with me. The rest of the way.
Oh.
Let it be finished.
The High Overlord falls. I trusted you. And so did they. Death comes, old soldier. And all their hope dies with you.
You cannot kill hope. You tried at Teldrassil. You failed. Hope remains. You set us to kill each other at Lordaeron. You failed. Here we stand. You just keep failing. The Horde will endure. The Horde is strong.
The Horde is nothing!
You maybe shouldn't have said that.
You are all nothing!
And she doubles down.
For Azeroth!
If you could see yourselves as I see you. Toy soldiers in tin plate. Beasts who howl for honor, standing as one. Savor it. Nothing lasts.
What do we do now?
We bring him home.
Yep, that was probably the smart move.
Varrock Sarfang, son of Koruk, supreme commander of the might of Kalimdor, High Overlord of the Horde. He led the charge against the Lich King. He defended our world from the Legion. Sarfang inspired all of us to strive for true honor, and his legacy will live on in our deeds.
When the Alliance and Horde marched on Ahn'Qiraj, it was Saurfang who valiantly commanded our combined forces. Today, his courage saved thousands of lives on both sides of the battle. His sacrifice will never be forgotten.
You have earned your warrior's death, old friend. Now, greet your son with honor and glory.
Jaina, what a relief to see you safe.
Hello, Kalia. Big brother.
Word has spread of what happened at Orgrimmar. Is the war finally over?
It will take time for all the pockets of fighting to be quelled, but... yes, I believe so.
Azeroth has seen so many wars, so much strife. I pray
That's Arthas'
we have earned
sister.
a respite.
As do I. Have you been able to find peace in your own heart, Derek?
I still have some rough seas to sail, but I'm much better now. Thanks to Kalia. Without her guidance, I would have been truly lost.
I'm so grateful you brought us together, Jaina. This time with Derek has helped me as much as it's helped him.
In the wake of this war, others will need to find their footing, their future. Perhaps you could guide them, too.
I'm not sure how much help I could be. I don't have all the answers.
Maybe they don't need answers. Maybe they just need hope. Like I did.
Well said, big brother. Come, let's take a walk. I am so grateful to have you both back in my life. Let's enjoy this moment together.
I wasn't certain you made it out of Orgrimmar. If the traitors knew of your service to me, they'd have put you in irons. Or worse. Sarfang's ill-considered challenge may have ended the war prematurely, but it doesn't matter now. Countless souls have been fed to the hungering darkness. Though I cared nothing for the living, I did pity the Forsaken for the great injustice that made them what they are.
This is in
I
the
understand
Ghostland.
the cruelty of fate better than anyone. But despite all I taught them, they stubbornly clung to hope, to life. They will learn the truth, along with all the rest. My bargain with Ajara will yet bear fruit. The armies of Azeroth will fight her master, and he will line their streets with corpses. In the end, he too will serve death. Enough reflection. There are preparations to be made. Nothing lasts. When next you see me, you will understand.
The Alliance has sent word. They have agreed to the armistice. This bitter war is finally over.
At last, we can begin to heal our wounded Earth Mother, and the wounded Horde as well.
One question remains. Who will serve as War Chief? Perhaps you, Thrall, would...
No. I told Sarvang I would not lead the Horde again. But perhaps the question is not who should become War Chief, but whether there should be one at all.
Though the Horde has changed through the years, for good or ill, we have always looked to a War Chief to guide us forward.
That legacy must end. The war nearly cost us everything. There is no place for a War Chief in a time of peace. It is true. The Horde has changed. Our ranks have grown, and new voices have stepped forth to lead. This is what makes us strong. All of us, building a new future together.
So
the
they're making a
armistice
council.
is signed. At long last, the Fourth War is over.
Not while the Black Moon still cries out for vengeance. Not until the Horde has answered for its treachery.
Further bloodshed will not bring back the fallen. We must renew our hope and forge a future for those who survived.
And when the next War Chief musters an army, will hope save you if it is Stormwind that burns?
I know it's difficult to trust.
Once again, the Night
but there
Elves are
signs of
starting
change
shit.
within the Horde. In place of a war chief, there is now a council, led by Bane, Thrall, and the others. I believe they can...
Your faith is naive, Lion's son. I will sign no treaty unless it is written in the Banshee's blood.
And once again, they're blaming the wrong people.
There is truth in her words, Anduin.
No.
Table today.
No, there isn't. She's blaming the Horde for the actions of Sylvanas, who was acting independently of the Horde. Now, they criticized Illidan for the same thing. Their whole race does that shit. Every single one of them is irredeemable. Like, yeah. Like, I see nothing good about the Night Elves. Nothing. They are all villains.
But soon enough, the Horde will sound their drums and march for war. When that day comes, no...
Yeah, they're gonna go to war again because the Night Elves is gonna declare war on them in the name of the Alliance. Like, you're the one signing the war treatise this time.
Scrap of parchment will hold them back.
The path to peace will not be easy, and not all will choose to walk it. But this is the only way to build a better future. I believe it will work, Gen. It has to.
Come on! Is this the the best you can do?
Oh, looks like they caught him.
Now it's getting interesting. Your power has grown.
Where is she?
With him, of course. In the darkest place. Along with every soul burned to ash in your precious tree.
Where is she?
Okay, so this right here is where things are starting to take a turn. This is not in the character of Tyrande Whisperwind. Like, she's not... Yeah, I understand she's angry. Yeah, going to war with the Horde and everything. Yeah, the Night Elves don't play well with others. But Tyrande was not necessarily a warmonger herself. This is a new twist on her character that threw a lot of people for a loop. Because, yeah, I think the Night Elves are a rather irredeemable race, and they've caused a great deal of problems for the world and not taken responsibility for it. But that's kind of the mantra of the elves, because even in Tolkien's world, that's what the elves did. Like in the Lord of the Rings, the elves wanted to say, oh, it was men who caused the problem because they didn't destroy the ring. Well, elves are the reason the ring was created in the first place, and they didn't take responsibility for that. And when the shit hit the fan, the elves were like, you know what? This is your world. We're just going to leave. So they came over here, they created a huge problem, and then when it became a problem for them, they decided they were just going to go back to their home and leave Middle-earth to sort out the problem. That's always kind of been the mantra of the elves. They're considered these, like, really noble, like, beautiful beings, but they're very ugly inside with the things that they do. So it follows that these elves are acting the same way, because this is basically how all of the elves act in everything that I've seen elves in. They've always behaved like this. But personally, for this character, Tyrande Whisperwind, this is not what her personality is.
Go on. Kill me. You'll send me right to my lady. Beyond the veil, she shattered. Oh, Tyrande. High Priestess. Night Warrior. Completely powerless to stop the count.
Ice Crown.
Yeah, that's Ice Crown.
A monument to our suffering. Where a usurper sits on a frozen throne. But no king rules forever.
Okay, so I think this is the start of Shadowlands. So I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back and dive into Shadowlands. Alrighty, we are back. Okay, so now before we get into the Shadowlands thing, we've got these 5 Shadowlands features to watch. So we're gonna watch the 5 Shadowlands features, and then I'm gonna watch the 3 Bellular videos about Shadowlands and the stuff, and then we'll go here and dive into this section of the video that is covering the Shadowlands stuff, and we will see if we can track everything that is mentioned in the videos. So we'll put those 3 after. Okay, so let's get into this. Bastion. Okay. This is called Bastion. This is when Arthas killed Uther.
Light, save my soul.
Uther.
Where am I?
Welcome to Bastion. You led a truly selfless life, and for that, you have been chosen.
Chosen?
To shed your mortal burdens and join the ranks of the Ascended, serving to ferry the souls of the dead unto the Shadowlands.
I serve the light, and my work is not done. There is an evil that must be...
There is no evil here. The darkness was sealed within the Maw long ago.
You're wrong. He destroyed my home, murdered my people and my king. He must be punished.
You are an aspirant now. You must accept your new purpose and purge yourself of this desire for vengeance.
What I desire is justice.
Devos, why are you training this soul? It is beneath your station as a paragon.
He cannot let go.
Is that Tim Russ?
He continues to demand retribution for his death.
And this concerns you? Many souls take eons to ascend.
Yes, but this one seems broken, Thenios. Unlike any soul I have seen. I have begun to wonder whether he was deemed worthy of Bastion. By mistake.
Be careful, Devos. I would not let the Archon hear such a thought. In time, he will forget. Trust our ways. Trust the path.
Devos, how long must we train?
Until you are ready to ascend.
And what is keeping me from ascension?
Nothing but the memory of your mortal life.
How can I forget when I can still feel his blade?
Your soul is wounded? Who did this to you?
He was my student. He betrayed us all.
Show me.
The
runes on his blade were unmistakable. This dark agent runs free on a mortal world with the power of the Maw itself in hand. Our realm is imperiled.
Impossible. The Maw is inescapable. You must return to the path.
If he had purged his life, we never would have known of this calamity. The path is flawed!
Enough! The order of the Shadowlands depends on the execution of our eternal charge. You will abandon this course.
As you command, my Archon.
Uther! The time of your ascension has come.
I thought I was not ready.
Do you wish to see him punished?
I do.
Then prepare yourself. The moment he falls, we will claim him.
I see. Only darkness before me.
Now, cast him into the maw. Return him to the darkness he served. His eternal suffering awaits.
He was my student.
Remember what he did, and take your vengeance.
Not vengeance. Justice.
Okay, so I've got a couple of things about that. I can see what they mean when they say that this story does not feel very Warcraft. The afterlife in Warcraft has never been spoken of in detail, but that felt very Greek Roman inspired, right? Like that feels like it was taken straight out of Roman mythology. We'll continue to the next area, but that felt very Roman mythological to me. Okay, Maldraxxus. We'll see. Let's see Maldraxxus. What's this about?
In life, I was Draka of the Frost Wolf clan.
In life, Draka died?
A warrior who gave everything.
When did Draka die?
To protect what mattered most. But I was not done fighting.
Oh, this is Thrall's mother. Okay.
Maldraxxus, where the armies of the five houses once stood side by side to protect the realm of death. It was here I served the House of Eyes. A strange fit for a...
Okay. Okay, this... Let me let me make sure that I'm right before I say anything. Corn. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna wait a little bit before I try to draw this comparison, but I think I see something here that is concerning.
Again. Their ways were not mine.
Faster. Again.
Eventually, this life after life began to feel right.
The House of Plagues lies in ruins. 1/5 of Maldraxxus wiped out.
It's hard to believe they could be so careless.
Perhaps they weren't. No matter what happens now, Maldraxxus must stay true to its purpose. For if we fail in our duty, the Shadowlands will fall. I believe the House of the Chosen still stands with us, and I trust you to deliver this to Margrave Crexus. Now, go. Andraka, be watchful.
My brothers, I am on urgent business. My lord! Hurry! There could be survivors!
Backstab. She's obviously a rogue.
So,
I'm trying so hard not to see Warhammer in this, but like, oh my god. Is this not the Tomb Kings? Like, going into Warhammer fandom here for a minute, like, Are there images that I can show you what I'm talking about here? Here we go. This feels very, very Warhammer. Very Warhammer. Like copied straight out of Warhammer. Like, oh my gosh. Like this feels very, very Warhammer. These guys are the Tomb Kings. Like,
so these are the traitors you spoke of.
I would not let such Urgura prevent me from delivering my lord's final message.
Ordeals such as this either break the sword or strengthen it. I offer the key to saving Maldraxxus.
I am sorry, Margrave. He gave me no key.
An unyielding warrior with the skills of a master spy. A key to many things. Come, our enemies will strike openly soon. We must prepare.
I am Draga, once of the Frost Wolf clan, now Baroness of the House of the Chosen, and most of all, a protector of Maldraxxus.
okay. I saw a lot of Warhammer in that. A lot of Warhammer. What do we have next? Ardenweld.
The wilds tremble before my fury! The nightmare's veil is lifted. I return at last to the long slumber, to the great forest beyond, until I may serve the wilds again.
Welcome to my grove, friend. My queen. I shall protect these souls through their winter. I shall see them reborn in their spring. No matter what trial I face. I swear it, my queen. I swear it. Rest well. And dream.
Okay.
Season after season of this drought. Here. Here. It's so little, I know.
I mean, I can see some parallels with Norse mythology here, but this seems...
From this grove. Everything.
No! This is my grove! You will not
It seems more tied to
this.
the Emerald Dream, which is already existing well.
Arelon, we are not your enemy. Anyone who threatens my grove is my enemy. I swore an oath.
My queen. I kept faith all this time that you would save us. And now you send scavengers to my grove? Why?
What is to come?
Ardenweald is dying.
It must be saved. The Queen is called the Wild Hunt.
We have culled your grove, so that others might live.
Will you sacrifice one soul for the forest entire? Or will you keep your oath?
Your heart is pure. I will honor your choice.
One last time, you serve the wilds. You will not be forgotten. Forgive me, friend. I will hunt for you, my queen. For Ardenweald, and for the souls we can yet save. I swear it. I swear it.
Okay, that actually seems pretty interesting. Okay. Revendreth.
To the good people of Revendreth.
Nathrius.
It is with optimism that I address you today. Though these are challenging times. Firstly, I assure you that our holy mission to help the most violent and wicked souls atone for their sins is and always will be our utmost priority. Our rituals are effective. Our judgment keen, but fair. We, Venthyr, remain committed to bringing eventual redemption to all who desire it. It is through your faithful work that even the most evil and prideful beings may ultimately be spared an eternity in the maw. Unfortunately, of late, the flow of such hubris-ridden souls has virtually ceased. And as a result, anima, our most precious resource, is in dwindling supply. Even we, the faithful who extract the anima, have not been spared the effects of this mysterious drought. Yes, we still have our old reliables, our workhorses. Yet I fear they will not be enough. We are doing everything in our power to gather more anima. But, simply put, we must all, rich and poor alike, make sacrifices for the greater good. Therefore, I have decided to implement a strategy of conservation and rationing, which should keep the anima flowing to those most in need. In this manner, we will keep our people strong and our land healthy, despite the efforts of those who would use this crisis to further their own ends and rebel against the rightful structures of our society. Rest assured, we shall bring these miscreants to justice. With fairness and mercy, of course. I am, after all, nothing if not compassionate. My loyal subjects, we are doing all that can be done to stimulate anima production and fulfill Revendreth's honorable purpose. Remain devout and resolute, and know that I will lead us all into a brighter future.
They're vampires in charge of hell. Why does that sound familiar? Okay. So let's go forward with the story as it's presented in Shadowlands. This is the opening cutscene. She used your own trick against you.
You are unfit to wear this crown. To wield So much power.
That power will be your prison.
This world is a prison.
So is she gonna take the Helm of Domination? She's gonna destroy it?
And I will set us all free.
Okay, that doesn't look good. Looks cool. Probably not a good thing. Okay. This Darien Mergrain. That's Bolvar Core Dragon.
One day, to seize this power for herself. Instead, she has done the unthinkable. Now, she will come for them all. To finish what she started. Break all who opposed her. Those who held Azeroth together will be in her sights. And when she comes, our end begins.
Beyond the veil lies the Shadowlands, where every soul has its place.
Okay, we were introduced to these places in the little cinematics that we watched. That still feels very Warhammer. So does this. Vampire Chords. And this guy feels like a Dreadlord.
Beyond
Under the veil lies darkness, where every soul has its place.
The path opens.
Your courage will be remembered, champion. Aldiel Shalar.
Find those who were taken, and bring them home.
Rescue the others. The Banshee is mine to kill.
Tyrande! Don't do this!
For Ilisar Feranol!
We cannot lose you to the darkness.
You won't succeed.
Such a narrow vision. You disappoint me. No matter. We will find what we seek. In another.
Anduin! How badly are you hurt?
I will live. I'm relieved you're all safe.
These bonds are too strong to break by force. We must find a way to free him.
Pitiful mortal. I find your spirit unworthy.
Bane! No!
Nothing escapes the law. Yield to the inevitable.
They've stopped their advance. The light is with me, even here. Go, champion! Go! You have failed.
No. I have precisely what I need.
For uncounted eons, the Shadowlands was in perfect order. Infinite afterlives, with Oribos, the eternal city, as the shining heart. Every mortal soul came before the Arbiter, and she, ever wise, experienced all that had shaped a soul in life. With this knowledge, she consigned every soul to the afterlife it justly deserved. Until... in that dread moment, our perfect order was shattered. And so it is that every soul, kind and cruel alike, is denied its rightful afterlife, and instead is damned to the inescapable torment of the Maw.
And then we saw this. This is the Uther cinematic.
my word. Your
Runes on his blade were
escape
his life. We never
enough.
Execution ban as you. To the maw. Return him to the darkness he served. His eternal suffering awaits. Take your vengeance.
Maldraxxus. By
Look closer, God.
death.
Okay.
A victor emerges. But where are their banners? Which house do they fight for?
Look closer, Garmo. We have a living mortal in our midst. Intriguing.
Cinder, is this the meddler who thwarted our attack?
The very one.
So, this mortal witnessed your treachery. Your house's invaded bastion, an act that betrays everything the Primus stood for. The Primus is long gone, Crixus. Where is your hunger for glory? Or has the House of the Chosen lost its appetite? We are meant to defend the Shadowlands, not conquer it. You will recall your forces, or you will answer to my will.
I think not, Crixus. Your blade shall be broken. Slay them all!
Chosen! To
I know that voice. Can it be? The Baron is my father?
Darian, after all
This is Darian Mogren.
I will take us to a small alcove near the
Alexandros
waystone
Mogren.
that enabled your previous exodus.
Darian Mogren is the leader of the Death Knights.
Save your strength, father.
He took
We'll
over
have time
after
to speak
Arthas was
later.
killed.
Wait. My sword. Fatebringer. I will have need of it soon.
Slay the mortal! Bring me that rune blade!
Raise your sword, champion! For Maldraxxus!
the foes of the worthy shall be vanquished.
Hold back!
The seat of the Primus is ours!
Okay. It's hard to follow this story and what's going on. It feels very disjointed compared to the last one.
My mind is my own. Do you hear me?
Nothing here feels connected to Azeroth or the lore we've seen in World of Warcraft.
You will not break me!
Like, it's got the same art style, but none of these story beats connect.
And discovered his warning.
Unfortunate, but of little consequence.
seen this video. Oh. Okay, so we've got
my queen.
in-game thing.
Please help us.
This is of my sister. Why have you brought it to me?
This one is slipping away.
Our duty is grim. Many have been lost. Why would I save her pet?
Those who have dreamed by its side awaken with a joy and peace that whispers of wonder. If she dies, then all that is Emerald dies with her.
Some must be sacrificed, but some must be saved. If we forget that, all that will remain will be empty shells and sorrow.
So is that Ysera? Is.
My children, I know the suffering you have endured. I fear further sacrifices must be made if Revendreth is to survive this crisis.
Begging my master's pardon, I humbly present the Maw Walker.
That's it. I'm dead.
Ah, the mortal who escaped the inescapable prison. A living soul restoring hope to the realms eternal. Maw Walker, I am aware of your urgent request for anima. Under normal circumstances, I would of course oblige. Sadly, you arrive in the midst of a violent rebellion. Our resources are stretched perilously thin. This drought has left my people desperate, starving, and some even defiant. But if you were to aid our cause, then I could gratefully provide the aid you seek.
As I explained before, sire, we cannot rush such a delicate process. Anima harvesting demands finesse.
Our friend grows impatient. Recent events require us to expedite our efforts. See it done, Inerva.
But master,
Well, what have we here? You really must be more vigilant about uninvited guests, my lady.
Sire?
My defiant accuser and her hapless mortal pawn. It is impressive that you discovered our little secret, if a tad inconvenient.
You deprive your own people of anima and inflict a drought upon all of the Shadowlands. Why?
The other realms would squander our most precious resource. That won't do. Rest assured, this anima will serve a higher purpose.
But I fear you will not survive to witness the glory to come.
I will deal with them, sire. Harshly.
Of course you will.
Okay, that looked like a raid boss. I'm gonna pause it right here. We're gonna take a quick little break, and I will be right back. Alrighty, we are back. Let's continue.
This was your valiant last stand? For so very long, you've punished arrogant souls. But instead of learning from their suffering, you've become one of them. You just needed to obey.
Someone will stop you, Denathrius. Even if I...
Do not speak. Observe. Remember this lesson.
Okay.
As the Arbiter's voice, I heed the call of the Eternal Ones. How may I serve?
The Maw grows, surging with power. How did this come to pass?
The evil we believed forever bound has conspired to distract and divide us. The Primus realized the truth, but his warning came too late. I fear he paid a grave price for this knowledge.
You speak for Revendreth. Where is your sire? Where is our brother, Denathrius?
My sire has betrayed us all. The drought was his doing. He stole the very lifeblood of our realms, starving his own people. And yours as well. When his lies were exposed, Denathrius unleashed his vast coffers of anima into the Maw to fuel the might of his true master.
Long ago, we stood as one to imprison that monster. With the Primus gone, and Denathrius a traitor, our pantheon has been broken, and doom comes for the Shadowlands.
There is yet hope. This mortal saved me from the Maw, and revealed the Sire's treachery.
They aided my forest as well. Their kind has shown great potential. If focused, it could turn the tide in our favor.
Agreed. For the good of the Shadowlands, each mortal must choose a covenant.
And when our realms have regained their strength, we will stand together against the darkness.
I will see it done, Eternal
That
Ones.
feels very Warcraft.
With her voice have I spoken. Come, mortal. The hour of decision is at hand.
Look at you. Pathetic. A puppet dancing on strings.
I will not break. I will not break. I will not.
Fool. Your mind is all
the first?
Yes. Your finest morn blade. And a crown fit for the king of the damned. The vessels of domination.
Okay, so are they saying now that the jailer is the one who created the Lich King? So they're retconning several things in Warcraft lore with this action right here. Because the Lich King was created by the Burning Legion as punishment for what Ner'zhul was trying to do. The armor, which is not just the helmet, but there were shoulder pads, there were knee pads, there were boots with the armor. It's called the Armor of Domination. And that was crafted from a metal called Serenite by the Burning Legion to bind Ner'zhul's soul to it after they accidentally killed him in the torture process that they were doing to him. Frostmourne was created by Ner'zhul from part of that armor. So it was Ner'zhul who created Frostmourne and imbued it with part of the powers of the Helm of Domination so that he could tempt Arthas with it. So by saying that this guy did it, they're deleting the Burning Legion out of like the loop entirely. And he's saying that they served the first ones, but by removing the Burning Legion, I don't think he's referring to the Titans. I think that they've just created a whole new set of gods that are called the first ones, and saying that they're the ones that are actually responsible for everything, instead of the whole light versus void thing in Titans, which was already the established pantheon of Azeroth. I can see why a lot of people were upset about this. Because you're deleting a lot of WoW history here to shoehorn this guy in and give him a lot of importance, when like the actions of the Helm of Domination and Frostmourne it's very well established. We know where those artifacts came from and who created them.
I do hope you've settled in. The accommodations are a bit sparse, I know.
Where are the others? Are they safe?
Safe? No. I wouldn't say any of them are safe.
I am so tired of your games.
As you wish. No more secrets. No more lies. You are a weapon we will use to achieve our ends.
I will not become an instrument of death.
So you favor life? Is that it? That momentary flicker? Every cruel second spent delaying the inevitable in an endless war that you, like every Rin before you, will not survive. You know the truth. Nothing is fair. Not life, not death. So we're going to tear it all down.
And what purpose would that serve? Everyone suffers, Sylvanas. But destroying everything will not take away the pain.
Oh, you misunderstand. We're breaking a system that has always been flawed, and remaking it into one that is just.
Do you expect me to believe that all this time, you've been fighting for justice.
How can I convince you? From our first breath to our last, every decision is made for us. Then, the afterlife decides what eternity we must endure. We can't even choose who we couldn't control anything. But through the jailer, control of our fate will at last be possible.
Look around you! At what and who you've joined. What makes you believe you're not just a weapon to achieve his ends?
You have a choice to consider. Join us willingly, or be made to serve.
I thought you believed in free will, Sylvanas.
We've never had free will, little lion. But that is about to change.
That's a retcon of Sylvanas' lore.
Yes. Bonds weakening.
A taste of freedom. A place to start.
You will never escape the law!
All that matters is we now possess the necessary instrument. We must begin its preparation.
Leave him to me. You've seen what he is capable of when he believes in the cause. A measure of patience may yield superior results.
Very well. We have our weapon. Now, we shall hone it.
You were ever fond of saying that the Venthyr do not destroy.
Okay.
We educate. It is time you were reminded of Revendreth's noble purpose.
Shall we begin?
What's Nari doing
here? I am eternal! I am your master! I am Revendreth!
Remember this lesson.
Sire Denathrius has been taken prisoner. What is our plan to recover him?
Every soul has its purpose. Denathrius has fulfilled his. We must forge our next weapon.
He's not ready.
Then a more direct approach is necessary. We have not come this far, only to falter now. You know what must be done.
There she is again. You know, these endless lectures of yours
Have failed to convince you. Regardless, the conversation is over. One way or another, we will have you. So I will offer this one last time. Join our cause. or be made to serve.
What kind of choice is that? Why even give me? It's the choice you never had. Despite all your grand designs, there's still some shred of your mortality haunting you. As if the Banshee Queen hasn't entirely eclipsed the Ranger General.
Don't.
Now I understand why you brought me here. Why you've tried so hard to persuade me. Because if you can get me to let go of hope, you finally can too.
Enough! Submit! You are only making this harder on yourself.
Not harder on me. Right now, you hold all the power. How will you use it?
I've not come this far to falter now.
Then why do you hesitate? Make your choice, Sylvanas Windrunner.
Okay.
Despite all our efforts, the Maw continues to grow. What if Denathrius' treachery is irreparable? The Primus is lost, and Bastion cannot save the Shadowlands alone.
None of this should have happened.
Perhaps the Winter Queen could...
My Archon, a living soul seeks an audience.
A mortal?
A king. By all our measures, one who has spent his life striving for justice. One who would give anything to serve his people.
Hey, that's Uther.
One whose heart is true.
Very well. He may approach. Step forward. My Ascended have spoken of you. The king held captive in the Maw.
That prison could not hold me forever.
Why have you come to Bastion?
You have a key that I need.
You will release this soul from your grasp.
No. He is bound to me.
Just as you once sought to bind your own brother. The vessel performed its part flawlessly. 3 keys remain. Then they will see. Death was never meant to be chained.
Okay.
Saranda, I understand you've been looking for me. Come then. Show me Elun's wrath.
Elune gave me her strength. The wrath is mine alone!
wanted more.
I will take your head, Banshee! Just like I took his! Nathanos, you didn't know. Your master is keeping secrets from you!
They broke the through! Pull back! Pull back!
A trick. No! Eluna, it is time. Inqua Melema. At last.
And yet, the night's power wanes. Once again, she denies you victory.
Mother Moon, do not forsake me. End this.
Bask in the dying embers of your goddess's bargain, Tyrande. Nothing lasts.
Tyrande, can you hear me? Tyrande?
How dare you come here, sister? After our cries for aid went unheard, unanswered.
I heard your cries, felt your pain, and in the wake of tragedy, sent forth the cascade of souls to sustain you.
Oh, the great tree. All who perished there were claimed by the Maw.
Then I have condemned my favored children.
Okay, that's a retcon that I gravely disagree with. So Elune just admitted that she allowed Sylvanas to destroy Darnassus and all the Night Elves innocents that were there so that those souls could come here and help sustain her sister. And that is not something that Elune would do. I can once again see why people had a very large problem with this. You've just taken one of the most benevolent characters in Warcraft lore, Elune, the goddess who is the goddess of the Night Elves and of the Druids, and she admitted to genocide of her own people. And for what? So that those people's souls could be food for her sister? Who we've never heard about before? Yeah. I can see why people had a problem with this. It's the second big piece of Warcraft lore that is being retconned here. And this is a big piece of lore.
By our hand, we may yet guide their souls unto their spring. Starting with this one.
Tyrande invoked me. She must choose. Vengeance or renewal.
Okay, so Tyrande, the whole Black Eyes thing is because she was being possessed by a loon, using the loon's power for revenge against Sylvanas for burning down the tree. But Elune admitted that she allowed Sylvanas to burn down the tree. So, who is she? Should she be taking revenge on? The person who fired the shot? Or the god who was supposed to protect them that stepped aside and let the enemy fire the shot? I think there's a lot of blame to go around here, but once again, the Night Elves aren't blaming themselves or their own actions. They choose to put the blame on everybody else because it couldn't possibly be any of their fault. Even though the retconned version of their god just admitted that she did it on purpose.
My Primus! You've been trapped here all this time?
You brought my sigil to Zoval's Slayer?
Forgive me, Master. We were only...
He is coming. Prepare yourselves. We make our stand now. I will resist you to my last, Zoval. Should you
Wait, his name is actually Zoval?
My sigil will be lost to you forever. No. There is another way. A Mournblade. While you remained fixated on a paltry medallion, we seized the true prize, Remornia, with the Sire's essence held within it. Our mission never changed. For eons, we have done the Master's bidding in secret across countless realities. The Legion, the Scourge, Argus, all pawns in a game beyond your grasp. One that now nears its end.
Okay, so now the jailer is responsible for the Burning Legion, Scourge, Argus, the Titans, everything. I mean... this is not... Steve Denuzer, who was in charge of this lore, all he's proven to have done over Shadowlands, in my opinion, was he took all the incredible Warcraft lore, threw it in a toilet, and took a shit on it. Like, that's what he's done. And he's replaced it with his own lore that he wrote in the other games that he'd worked on, and then stolen from Warhammer. I mean, that's what I'm seeing from everything that I've seen of Shadowlands so far. Oh, let's take all the Warcraft lore that we don't need. We'll just put this over here and take a big shit on that. And then we'll replace it with the lore that I wrote from EverQuest and from Amalur, Kingdoms of Reckoning. And then anywhere there's holes, we'll just shove Warhammer in there and fill that up. yeah, like the story that they're presenting here, like even on its own, like I was willing to think that Shadowlands maybe had a good story that just wasn't tied in with Warcraft. But this story isn't even good. It barely makes any sense. We jump from disjointed storyline to disjointed storyline around all over the place, and none of these storylines ties into Warcraft lore. And now we have all these characters who we've never heard of before this expansion that are now responsible for all of the other amazing things that have happened in Warcraft. Let's keep going.
Your efforts are futile. Ouroboros is within my...
Ouroboros? I mean, this is another new thing.
We will stop you! Jaina, we need a portal. The jailer must not take the Eternal City! The jailer is going to destroy the Arbiter!
Quickly, champions! Stop Sylvanas!
Death bends to my will!
The Arbiter's defenses are weakening. Stop the jailer while we still can!
He's done it. The Organ falls.
We already have what we need!
Too long I endured the Maker's flawed design. I will forge a new reality, where all shall serve.
I will never serve.
What have you been doing this whole time, Sylvanas?
Still chained by mortality. You did help restore something stolen from me. Allow me to remain you in kind.
They got that back from the bottom of the ocean, huh?
Cannot let him reach me. The battle is almost upon us. I will deal with the invading forces atop Torghast. When we reach Ouroboros, you will defend Zoval while he completes the ritual.
You mean he will compel me to defend him? Each time he dominates my will, I feel myself slipping further away. Is this what you felt when Arthas raised you, Sylvanas? Hollow, empty. Everything you once were, consumed my darkness.
Yes, young lion. But in the end, the sacrifices we've made will have been worth it. Once the cycle of life and death has been broken and remade, we will...
By that time, I'll have been lost. And so will you. I only hope my friends will remember me as I was. Not what you made me to be.
Okay, so it's a magic hologram compass.
Sylvanus' soul has been fractured from the moment of her death until now.
Burn it! This was their home. And you slaughtered all of them! How could you take all those innocent lives?
This was beyond life and death. There was no other path to true freedom. How can you not see that?
I see what you are.
Murderer! Monster! Butcher! Why can I not escape this torment?
The jailer has severed their bond and condemned her to endlessly relive her atrocities. So long as her soul remains divided, she cannot wake.
Maybe she shouldn't.
She's the only one who knows the jailer's plan and how we might save Anduin.
She's the one that turned Anduin.
Jaina is right. How can we possibly trust her?
Her wound runs so much deeper than mine. Well met, Ranger General.
What is this? Who are you?
Someone who shared your fate, felled by the blade of the very same prince.
Arthas. I died trying to stop that monster, only to wake up haunted in face.
That Banshee is you.
No. I cannot accept that.
Her path began where yours did, and you've seen the decisions she made.
Never in 1,000 lifetimes would I betray everything I stood for.
You can't possibly understand.
The jailer is deceptively cunning. When I realized I had become his pawn, it nearly destroyed me. He had no doubts it would destroy you as well. Was he right? Or will you accept her shattered legacy and tell us how to stop him?
Her crimes are unforgivable.
Yes.
And she... I must face the consequences.
We cannot change the past, and we may never find forgiveness in the future. But inaction damns us all. Time is short, Ranger General. Make your choice. I've done all I can.
to me.
Time to win!
Fulfill your final purpose. Annihilation. The fate of all who carry my blade. My son. This blade does not belong to darkness. It was forged by valor. And also by honor.
Its legacy and ours are with you, even here.
Now, let it be finished.
That's right, it is two different blades.
Is this all that remains of him?
The last flicker of his scarred spirit, consumed in the forges of the jailer.
No crown, no throne, not even a soul left for judgment. I hated you, hunted you. And with each selfish act, became you. That is my burden to bear. But your legacy is at an end. Be gone then, Arthas Menethil. May the last whisper of your name fade and be forgotten.
Okay. I'm not particularly upset at that point of lore or Sylvanas' redemption. I think that was...
Shall find and send forth to the Arbiter to be judged with the compassion all souls deserve. You will toil there under Dorotha's watchful eye, scouring every darkened reach until the final soul is free and you are all that remains. This is how you shall bring renewal to your victims and my people.
However long it takes, it shall be done.
Undo Falador, old friend. Watch her well.
Okay. I do want to point out here, I haven't mentioned her, but this is Barisa Windrunner, Sylvanas' other sister. So this is both of her sisters.
Why are you here, Anduin? Your kingdom and your friends are awaiting your return.
My friends. The ones I almost killed. They believe my hands are clean. But they don't feel clean.
It is perilous to confuse what you are made to do with what you choose to do.
How can I not when it all blurs together? It was so horrific and exhilarating. And it sickens me to think that satisfaction may have been mine.
Ah, so that's why you've come. You fear you might not be who you thought you were.
I'm starting to wonder if I ever knew. For the first time in my life, I'm afraid that if I call on the light, it won't answer. If I've no trust in myself, how can I expect my kingdom to trust me? To put their faith in me when mine has faltered?
Must you bear that weight?
A king does not have a choice.
No choice? I thought you believed in free will.
I need time to think about many things.
Anduin, I have faced who I was and accepted what I've done. Now, the work begins.
Yes, it does. Farewell, Sylvanas Windrunner. Until our paths cross again.
Farewell, little lion.
Within this hall, we shared ceremonies, celebrations, and tragedy.
Arthas' sister.
I loved my family. And on one fateful day, I lost them all. Now I am all that remains of the once proud Menethil line. The last heir to a legacy that ended in shame.
So you ran away from the pain. I did too. But it was only when I stopped running that I understood. Those people out there, they're my family now.
But will they ever truly accept me, bearing a name forever stained by a brother's sins? Just as these flagstones are stained by my father's blood.
We are all the same here, Kalia. Seeking our place, despite everything we've lost. But it's a long road, and we will need your help.
Then, let us find our place together.
As Forsaken.
Okay. I'm going to take a quick little break. I will be right back. Alrighty, I think this is getting into Dragonflight. So we've got a couple of things here. This is that video that
Okay, everyone, this is the big one. I think this is the video that's got answers to a lot of questions I know you guys have had. Warcraft's lore has felt kinda wrong since Battle for Azeroth, and we may have figured out user worked on World of Warcraft from 2015 to 2024.
And see some of these things now that we understand what Shadowlands is about.
During that time, he replaced Chris Metzen and became the lead narrative designer. Big job, big responsibility, and here's how he earned that. So, Steve got his start at Sony Online Entertainment, and, in his own words, built the EverQuest 2 community from the ground up. Writing lore was always his strength, and he eventually transitioned towards game design, heading story creation for adventure packs and for expansions. But his big break was 38 Studios' Kingdom of Amalur. It had some huge names attached. Ken Rawlinson, lead designer in Morrowind and Oblivion, R.A. Salvatore, a veteran fantasy author, and art design from Todd McFarlane, who is founder of Image Comics and the creator of Spawn. All of those huge lore names, and Steve was their lore guy, the one tying it all together. He created that game's immense backstory and timeline, building out enough content to actually support several games in the same franchise, because 38 Studios was always trying to get toward building a massive MMO. Of course, only one of those games was ever released, and it seems the rest was stuck in Steve's head. That is, until he joined Blizzard, and that's where we begin to see some timelines bleeding into each other. But to be clear, he did not join Blizzard at a easy time. It was a company in flux with deep personnel problems.
That is true.
By the time of The War Within, Chris Metzen is no longer at the company. He had retired, and apparently the last thing he worked on was the Battle for Azeroth cinematic. And in fairness, had the expansion felt like that cinematic, it probably would have been a banger. Now, the man who replaced him was not Steve Denuser. It was Alex Afrasabi. And he was building one of the most controversial storylines in World of Warcraft's history ever. This truly is the case. Certainly, a lot of us in the scene have heard things, and, well, even publicly, Alex was the person named in the big Activision Blizzard lawsuit that just kicked.
He's talking about the lawsuit of all the sexual allegations that was going on and the workplace environment, sexual assaults and stuff that was happening all over the place. A big like orgy room thing at the BlizzCon. One of the big names that was named right out the front in that lawsuit was Alex Afrasabi. He was one of the guys that was covering up a lot of this stuff and causing this stuff. He was setting up the environment, he was promoting it, and whenever somebody tried to like talk about it or like bring HR or something into it, he would get that shut down real quick. So genuinely a genuine trash person. Like, and him losing his job, like, absolutely valid. Absolutely valid. I don't know if anything happened after. Let's see if we can get... I know he was fired. Hmm. There's not a whole lot out there. There's a lot of people that are like, oh, wherever Alex ends up, I wish him the best. No. No. Like he's a genuine garbage person. With all the allegations that's come out against him on sexual assault, and then all the proof that came out during the trial and publicly about what he did, like, no, this dude does not deserve to have all the best. He deserves to have the punishment that he inflicted on his victims. Like I've got no tolerance for people like that. And this guy, not the guy on screen, Alex Afrasabi, which is this guy. He's the guy that did that all of the sexual allegation things. They came back to this guy. And yeah, and he, as far as I know, he's gotten off scot-free. He was fired from Blizzard, but has received no other punishment for dozens of cases of sexual assault on mainly the female employees at Activision Blizzard. So, yeah. Fuck this guy. He doesn't deserve a happy ending.
Off the entire chain of events that led to a lot of changes at Blizzard, but also basically facilitated the acquisition, right? Now, he was really running things into the ground. And from what we understand, substance abuse issues were also present around the time that lore decisions started getting more and more and more crazy. There was a rather infamous interview about Sylvanas' motivations essentially being retconned for the Wrathgate cinematic. You may remember that if you were terminally online in WoW Spaces back then, as I was. Now, by Sylvanas' side was Nethanos, who the community have widely read as Steve Denuzer's Dark Mirror self-insert. Of course, some of that is some community banter, some of that does go too far, but we didn't really know it at the time. What would happen is that storyline ended up barreling towards the Shadowlands, and that's really when Steve got his first opportunity to lay down the lore. And before we go into this, you need to remember that a lot of the decisions being made in situations like this happen way before you actually see the content. And it was relatively shortly after the Battle for Azeroth expansion came out that Alex quietly left the company. And rather obviously, we kind of know where that was all leading. Now, around that time, well, Shadowlands pre-production starts. And we start seeing Battle for Azeroth stuff move.
It wasn't very quiet. He was fired.
Now, we turned up in the Shadowlands, and what did we find? We found that the machinery of death was broken. I suppose we didn't even know that there was a machinery of death, but here it was. And with it being broken, so too was fate itself. We were hailed as the Mawwalker, the coolest title a fantasy game has ever made. You're the Mawwalker, foretold, or not, by the first ones to defeat the Jailer, who may or may not have been part of their plans. It was all a lot, it was all a bit strange, and this is the first time we are going to cut to Kingdoms of Amalur. In Kingdoms of Amalur, the game opens with a corpse being resurrected. That corpse is you, and we find ourselves in the middle of the Crystal Wars, where the immortal Fae are absolutely trouncing the mortals. Why are they winning? Well, they're winning because the Fae can resurrect themselves through the machinery of death, and the rest of Amalur can't. So, some gnomes then destroy the machinery of death, and in doing so, break fate itself. Which does rather sound Shadowlandsy, doesn't it? I mean, the framing for Amalur and Shadowlands are just remarkably similar. But why did this feel odd in World of Warcraft? Well, in Amalur, the player character is known as the Fateless One. They basically have this fate-breaking aura around them. Battles foretold to be lost can be suddenly won with the player's intervention, and with that power, the tide turns against the immortal Fae. I think it's actually a great conceit at the heart of that game. You can fight gods because your mere presence messes with their powers. But then we're told in World of Warcraft that we've also got this special essence that means no one in the Shadowlands can predict our next move, and somehow ties our connection to Azeroth. It's a whole new dimension to our powers that we've never really heard of, and it doesn't end up making sense. Much later on in Dragonflight, during the Tearsguard heist on Elisond in the Nightwell, she tells us that we've got some special fate-breaking power, which rather came out of nowhere. But that's just the beginning. To really hit things, let's go to Ardenweald, because they put Irish people in World of Warcraft. And guess what? Most of us in this team are from Ireland. So yeah, we can talk about this bit for sure. In the Court of the Winter Fae, Gadflo the Bard takes High King Mathron's crown as a joke, but instead of returning it, he actually kills the king, and then his court becomes the leader of the Winter Fae. He names his army the Tunadon, and then they go to war with the mortals. Why? Well, because Gadflo worships a dragon buried deep in the mountains, and he intends to free him. Hello there, Kurog Grimtotem. Nice to meet you. But let's stick to the Shadowlands for now. In Amalur, the Immortal Fae are split between Winter and Summer courts. We arrive in Ardenweald to find the Winter Queen, who is based on an Irish goddess called Kalia. Now, there's many similarities, but it was when Elune entered this story that things just got strange for World of Warcraft, and it stopped feeling like it fit. Elune, a mysterious goddess linked to the world of Azeroth itself, the Emerald Dream, and the Light, many other sources, was finally given a definitive role in the cosmos. She was, apparently now, the Summer Queen, sister to Ardenweald's Winter Queen. Now, I'll set aside the implication that Elune is a robot like the other Eternal ones. Suffice to say, people didn't really like that. But the point is this. In Amalur's background lore, there was a fundamental split between the Winter and Summer courts, one broadly based on Irish mythology. That framework was transplanted into Azeroth as an explanation for Elune. It's really no wonder that a lot of people who loved Elune up to that point didn't really feel like this modern lore fit with the thing they had enjoyed for years upon years.
And also, in that scene, Elune admits to committing genocide against her own people.
And if that's going to rile you up, well, maybe your good old friend Zoval the Jailer will rile you up even more. So, the Jailer might be from EverQuest. We don't know how solid the connection is, but it's just so juicy and almost speaks for itself that I thought we should include it.
It's nearly the same guy, and
he's got blue
almost
eyes,
the same
his lips
name.
are out, and he's covered in chains, which may sound a little bit familiar. Both are godlike figures, imprisoned for eternity by their peers. In the case of poor old Zabuxaruk, he was locked in the plane of time for giving mortals knowledge that could challenge the gods. I guess a bit of a Prometheus thing. Now, the Jailer, of course, was locked in the maw for deciding that he should kind of run the universe. Both are characters who peer into forbidden knowledge, Zabuxaruk through infinite timelines and the Jailer through infinite souls, and both basically see the same thing, that something bad is coming, that there is a cosmic threat that will sweep everything aside. And in both cases, that threat never actually pays off. Zabuxaruk warns Norath, and then that plotline just goes nowhere. The Jailer warns us about, rather infamously, what is to come, and we're still waiting. The connection is that Steve worked in EverQuest 2's deep lore before moving to Amalur. Some of these ideas may have been in his head for a very long time then, but for the actual very clear evidence and to move us away from this little Zoval aside, we have to look at Dragonflight. Okay then, Dragonflight parallels. To do this properly, I need to first return to Amalur. So, the game's true antagonist is a dragon named Tirnoch, who's been imprisoned for tens of thousands of years by the elves. Now, we don't know why she was imprisoned, but we do know that her whispers reached Gadflo, who of course conquered the Winter Court, and that's what kicked off Amalur's entire in-game story. And with that, suddenly, well, Tirnoch, the dragon, had a big army, and they are an army fighting for her freedom. Cut to Dragonflight. We find 3 dragons trapped under a mountain. They have a whole army trying to break them out. Of course, Kurog and the Primalists. But these guys weren't just like evil Earthen Ring shamans. They weren't remnants of, say, Garrosh's dark shamans. In fact, they had no connection to anything going on outside the Dragon Isles. They just appeared one day, super coordinated, super powerful, and they broke the dragons out of prison. And it felt weird to many of us lore heads at the time. Primalists felt wrong because they were just this pre-baked army. Where did they come from? Seemingly nowhere in the lore that we knew. And that's kind of because they didn't come from our lore. They kind of came from something else. But the thing that sticks out the most is Tirnoch's title, the Unborn God. Because with that, it seems everything's coming full circle. In Midnight, we will soon discover that the Haranir zone, Harandar, is built around the Cradle of Aln, that Azeroth's true name is Aln, and that she is an unborn goddess. Now, this narrative was building under the directorship of Steve Denuser, but obviously not just him, because at around this period of time, the quantity, just the number of narrative designers at the company, just increased big time. Now, the modern Azeroth story just didn't really feel like it made much sense to us. It often almost felt like it was referencing a villain's motivations from a different game, and that's kind of because it was. And that covers the Amular lore in Warcraft. There are just an uncomfortable number of parallels, and those parallels line up with things put into World of Warcraft that did not feel well established or that were able to only justify themselves by parasitically attaching themselves to previous bits of lore that we loved. You know, stuff in Warcraft 3 that was completely reframed by the existence of the Jailer. But there's actually one last thing to talk about. The Arathi. What was Midnight supposed to be? Well, Steve Denuser quietly left Blizzard around the end of 2023. I've heard one or two bits of scuttlebutt that things were maybe a little bit complex, and a lot of changes happened pretty quick. Anyway, Metzen was back, and
he's been very, very political, trying not to say bad things about bad people, but it was not a quiet exit for Steve Denuser. He was fired. Like, we know that. It's been like corroborated by multiple people. Steve Denuser was fired because he was rewriting too much of the Warcraft lore and then getting in fights with the people on the creative team over who should have creative say in the game. Like, there are multiple sources out there that corroborate that. The same way that we know that Alex Afrasabi was guilty of a lot of the allegations that were brought against him. Like, the evidence is in the public domain. Like, he did a lot of the things that people said he did. There are text messages and pictures of it happening at BlizzCon. He did it. He sexually assaulted those women at the company. Like, we know that he did that. There are pictures and text messages that are on the internet. I'm not going to show them here, but it's out there. We know Alex Afrasabi is a garbage person. And we know that Steve Denuser was fired for causing conflict internally on the Warcraft team. And it's probably one of the reasons, now this is hearsay, but I think it's probably one of the reasons that Chris Metzen agreed to come back to the company to do damage control over what had been done to the lore in the two previous expansions.
The World Soul Saga pretty much out of what he found on Steve's desk. A lot of that's because when you're making a game like World of Warcraft, development cycles are fairly long, right? Pre-production for an expansion will have begun 2 years before that expansion comes out. So that meant that the War Within was largely locked in, and Midnight still would have had some cliff notes. But of course, for us players, it would mean that War Within would be the most rough transition, because that's basically moving someone else's idea into your new idea. Which, funnily enough, seems to be what happened around mid to late Battle for Azeroth into Shadowlands. It didn't feel good then, and to many people, The War Within felt like a bit of a narratively confused expansion. So, what was Midnight supposed to be before this shift happened? Well, I want you to think about it like this. At the beginning of Dragonflight, we were told about two new locations, Kaz Algar and Avalorn. Now, we had just visited Khazalgar, but it seems we won't visit Avalorn for a long, long time. Still, though, in the War Within, we met people who are probably its natives. Them, of course, being the Arathi. You see, in Kingdoms of Amalur, there was an ancient race known as the Arathi. We only see their ruins in the game, but they are a creation of Denuzer's background lore. And hey, for Amalur, it's all pretty sick. Again, to be clear, Amalur's a really cool world.
So they were called the Irathi in Kingdoms of Amalur, but they're called the Arathi in World of Warcraft.
Arathel. And this is what their armor looks like.
So he changed the first letter.
When you look at the Arathi, you actually kind of see that same Fae-inspired Amalur framing. They're from Avalorn, like Avalon, the land of the Fae in that game. And then the Arathi with the most screen time is called Faerun. Fae. They're also these weird half-elves from across the world with little connection to modern Azeroth. I mean, yeah, they do have a direct connection to the Arathi, right, over in the Eastern Kingdoms, but it's one that we basically found out about as a complete surprise. That there was just a big expedition long ago that I suppose existed in their histories, but we were never told about. Maybe it was a big secret, but it did feel a bit weird, didn't it? And this all leads me to believe that this was Denuzer's attempt at building something new in Azeroth. Maybe a land solely based on his lore, or at least new lore, and him being him, that's the type of lore that he was interested in, and therefore the lore that he came up with. And much of this stuff would have been pre-baked in the same way that the Primalists or the Haranir were. And it gives me the impression that we were probably supposed to go to Avalorn in midnight, and Steve probably would have siloed off a bit of a playground for him and his team to build their own new thing in Azeroth. And we also do have to remember, you can only go and kill the big baddies from Warcraft 3 for so long until you run out of them. World of Warcraft ran out of them long, long, long ago, and an ever-present problem in WoW has been, how the hell are we going to make more Azeroth? I mean, think about it. We dug up Deathwing. For some people, Pandaria felt like too much of a stretch. After that, we did a whole big time travel crazy thing. After that, what happened? Oh, the Legion came back. After that, what happened? I guess we'll fill in some more of the bits of the map that do exist in the lore and call it Battle for Azeroth. And then Shadowlands was something completely new. WoW has always struggled with making new stuff beyond the scope of Warcraft 3. And in fairness, that's because doing...
I kind of disagree with that. I think that once they got out of the shadow of Warcraft 3, they made some fairly interesting gains in the story and introduced a lot of new characters. He's completely writing off characters like Garrosh Hellscream and the ultimate turns that like Sylvanas took. He's writing off characters like Barian Wrenn and Anduin Wrenn, his son. He's writing off Gen Greymane. These are all really interesting characters that have a really interesting story that were introduced in World of Warcraft, not Warcraft 3. So kind of disagree with that assessment there.
Is a fairly hard problem. And doing that, whilst also building the game live, is also a really hard problem. Unlikely when faced with the Battle for Azeroth under Aphrodite's
not to mention Sourfang.
Going in unrecoverably controversial ways, well, the team probably had to scramble stuff up pretty damn quick. Maybe that explains the whole, is the Jailer the Primus thing that was going on, and a lot of the lore mess. They probably didn't have much time, and that probably meant leaning on a bunch of their own notes that existed.
He's kind of contradicting himself here, because earlier he was saying, oh, they had 2 years of lead-out time to come up with the expansion, but then all of a sudden in the expansion, they don't have any time and they have to come up with something last minute. Well, it's either one or the other.
Terribly controversial ways. Well, the team probably had to scramble stuff up pretty damn quick. Maybe that explains the whole, is the Jailer the Primus thing that was going on, and a lot of the lore mess. They probably didn't have much time, and that probably meant leaning.
That's a lot of probablys and a lot of speculation.
Past projects. But obviously, it just didn't work. For all of those reasons and more, the lore felt
That's an
wrong,
opinion.
and it continued to get worse. Obviously, things have changed.
I will say the lore feels wrong, but even my opinion is just an opinion.
Working on lore stuff and like
you can't say it conclusively.
And now, I think we can point to a fairly major reason why the lore of his era never quite fit. It just wasn't built for Azeroth. And maybe that's because of the conditions under which they've had to somehow salvage the game whenever directors and senior staff and all crazy stuff was going down. But what that all leads me to is the obvious question of what happens next. Here's the thing. Midnight, while it may have been something planned under the Denuzer era with that creative team, it's obviously not their Midnight anymore. It's doing something different. This expansion...
He is leaning hard into the idea that just because something had started development, that the story can't be completely rewritten and redesigned to flow into something new. It absolutely can. And there are multiple cases across multiple types of media of a story being changed almost entirely at the last minute into something else. So when Denuzer left and they were in production on The War Within, that story could have absolutely been rewritten, like in that time frame before launch. Like, there's no reason they had to stick with what was already down just because it was already written down. You can absolutely scrap it and start over. Final Fantasy VII Remake did that. They had worked on the game for 2.5 years with one studio, decided it wasn't going in the right direction, scrapped everything and rebuilt it from scratch in another 2.5 years. Like, there are companies that are like, yeah, this isn't working, we're going to scrap it and we're going to start over. We're going to scrap this part and start over. And that is something that absolutely would have needed to happen with the story, because the way the story was going in Shadowlands was not good. Retconning so much of WoW's history to put in the jailer who just turned out to be a villain of the week at the end of it. Like, at the end of the expansion, you kill him and you're done with it. That's what really didn't feel right. Okay, so these are Dragonflight things. And these are 2 more videos from that same guy that we can look at after the Dragonflight stuff. So Dragonflight is this whole section here. Looks like it starts at 5:30 and it goes to 7:30. So we've got 2 hours of stuff with Dragonflight there. And then that's 5, that's 5, that's 6, that's 16. So 5, 10, 15, the rest 30. That's another 20. So it looks like we've got 3 hours for Dragonflight. And 7:30 to 8:30. So this may be another hour for midnight, and then about an hour for this. 7, 8, 9. So we should be done by Monday. I think this is where we're going to end off for today, starting into Dragonflight. And so we're going to come back tomorrow, and we're going to pick up the story from Dragonflight. We're going to watch these opening Dragonflight videos. We're going to watch the Dragonflight cinematics and get all of that story of Dragonflight. And then we're going to watch these other 2 videos here about Shadowlands and stuff. And then we're going to come back and finish up The War Within and the new stuff on Midnight. And then we've got this video, which is like a lore compendium going through. So we're gonna watch this and make sure to fill in any little gaps in our lore. And yeah, so I think we might be able to finish tomorrow. If not tomorrow, we will definitely be finishing up on Monday before the collaboration stream on Monday night. And then I won't be streaming on Tuesday through probably till the next week, because on Tuesday I'm having my dental surgery. And yeah, I'll be in recovery for the rest of the time after that. I'll make that full screen right there. Let's see if there's anybody streaming right now that we could drop a raid on. Who do I know that is doing things? DG's streaming. We can drop a raid on DG again. Look like playing Destiny 2. Oh, or not. Okay. I guess Twitch is twitching out when it comes to that. Oh, it's not letting me click the button at all. Can I not raid today? Okay, well, apparently it won't let me raid, so I guess everybody can just go to DG's channel. I will post the link in the put on some. Here we go. Okay. That was an interesting thing. So we're going to pop over to DJ's channel, Disappointing Guardian. And yeah, I will be back tomorrow with more Warcraft lore fun. So yeah, thank you guys for watching, and I will catch you on the flip side. Nari out.